Welcome back to Planet Doug Behind the Scenes for Friday, July 12th, 2024. I'm just shifting around here in Planet Doug Studios, trying to get comfortable. Got my GoPro mounted on this giant, heavy wooden dining room chair that's sitting on the bed right in front of me, and I have to sort of scoot my legs underneath the chair, so I'm kind of trapped in here. I can't really move. But yeah, just with the GoPro and this room in general, there's no simple way of setting up a camera, so it's always a bit of a challenge. And I have my second cup of coffee of the morning on the go, which I'm enjoying very much. Instant coffee, my favorite. Yeah, what's going on today? Well, yesterday and today was laundry day, and laundry day is always very exciting. I do laundry by hand most of the time. When I was in Malaysia, I used laundromats occasionally, coin-operated laundromats, but I had very bad experiences at all of them. They were quite unpleasant places to hang out in for the most part. And then the machines themselves, for my money, didn't work properly. They don't use enough water. I mean, from what I saw, most of the time, they hardly used any water at all. I was looking at the front of the machine. There's these front-loading machines that go around like this. And I kept waiting for the water to pour in, and I get this little dribble, and that was it. And then sometimes by the end of the wash and the rinse and the spin cycle, you open up the thing and your clothing is still dry and has detergent caked on it because it never did actually get absorbed by the water. And anyway, I've talked about that before. Laundromats have not been good to me lately. So I went back to my usual habits of just doing it by hand, which is fine with me. And I have this foldable, collapsible laundry bucket that I've had for many, many years. I've usually carried one of these around with me in my lifetime because I'm often doing laundry by hand. And they're not the greatest things to use because you can't really put the bucket on the ground. It's made of canvas, basically waterproof canvas with a strap on it, but it doesn't have any kind of a structure. So if you just basically put it on the ground, it falls over and all the water runs out. So you kind of have to hold the handle with one hand and then punch and gush and agitate the water and wash your clothes with the other. And then when your arm gets tired, you switch and you do it this way, do it this way. It's not the greatest thing in the world. It's not the greatest thing in the world. It's hard to do. But occasionally in a room, in a hotel room, I'll have some kind of a bucket. If I have access to a bucket, even when out in the hallway that's just lying around, and I'll generally snag it. And then they're usually quite dirty to start off with, so I have to clean the bucket myself. And in this case, for this room, there was no bucket, but there was a trash bin. So I took the trash bin and used it as my laundry bucket. And in a low-budget hotel like this, when they clean the room, they tend to mop the floor. They'll kind of scrub the bathroom a little bit, but they're not going to get into the details. So it was pretty clear when I grabbed this litter bucket, garbage can basically, it had not been cleaned at all ever since it was purchased and put in this room. It's the one they kept in the bathroom. And it was really dirty. So actually I had to invest a lot of time and laundry detergent in just scrubbing down that bucket and getting it clean enough that you could even put laundry into it. And that gets back to a theme of mine I've often talked about, that with these hotel rooms, I often leave them cleaner and in better condition when I leave the room than when I arrived. I generally stay for an extended period of time, and I tell the staff, you don't have to clean the room. I'll take care of that myself, because I don't want them coming in here every single day bothering me, and it's not necessary to clean it so often or change the bed sheets or towels. You don't have to do that every day. So in fact, I did laundry because the day before I finally approached the hotel staff and said, okay, I think it's time to change the bed sheets and the towels. And pillowcases, I usually let that go for quite a long time because I don't think they need to be changed that often. Living the bachelor life that I am. And that is always an interesting experience because they would naturally assume I want them to come in, clean the room, change everything. And no, what I want to do is just give them the old stuff. They give me the new stuff, and then I will put the new sheet on the bed and do all of that. I don't want them to do any of that. And that's often difficult to convey. So what I end up doing, what I did this time, there was only like one fitted sheet on this bed, as is common in Asia, I find. You don't get a sheet, like there's no top sheet on the bed, which is why I have, right here, I have traveled with my own bed sheet, because in hotel rooms you don't get a bed sheet, which is odd. But anyway, all there is a fitted sheet on this bed, and it's covered in my gear. Yeah, maybe I can show you what this side of the bed looks like right now. So that is generally what you see on one side of my bed, all of my gear, everything laid out, all of the charging ports and cables and things. And that's one of the reasons I don't want them coming into the room, because how in the world can they change the bed sheet with all of that on the bed? So what I have to do, of course, is carefully pack up everything, move it off the bed, and then pull the sheet off. And then I fold it up and I get the towels and the pillowcases. And I got all of that ready. And then I went down to the hotel lobby and presented it to the woman. There's like one woman who's down in the lobby quite often, and she doesn't speak any English at all. We've been communicating pretty easily though, using Google Translate. It hasn't been a problem. And then I wrote out in advance on my phone telling her, could I get clean towels and a clean bed sheet and clean pillowcases? And I handed her a plastic bag filled with all of my dirty stuff, and then she rummaged around and gave me the clean stuff, and I brought it back up here. Anyway, once I did that, and then I put the fitted sheet back on, I put all my electronics gear. It was nicely organized at that time, but as you just saw, it then exploded all over again and is all over the place. And then once I did that, I thought, oh, okay, now I'm in the mood, I've got a rhythm going, so I might as well wash my own laundry. So I set about doing that. I got the trash can, cleaned it all up, put some detergent in there. And then what I did this time is use the shower head itself as a plunger. Quite often, if I'm riding my bicycle, for example, I have all kinds of extra gear, camping gear and stuff, tools that make my life a lot easier. But here in Vietnam, I don't have my bicycle, I don't have my camping gear, so I don't have any kind of a stick or anything that I can put into the trash can laundry bucket. Because you don't really want to put your hand in there if you can help it, because laundry detergent really is toxic. I've done it in the past. I even did it this time, to be honest. But if you put your hand into the bucket and wash your clothing with actual laundry detergent, you really feel it. Your skin starts burning. It starts getting all wrinkled. You can feel the toxicity digging into your skin, and it's probably not a good thing to do. So if I can, what I'll do is grab a stick or something, and then I'm like plunging it into the bucket to wash my clothes. And I didn't have a stick here, so what I did at first was I took a large water bottle, like a 1.5 liter bottle, and I fill it halfway to give it some weight, and then I use this as a plunger. And I'm plunging it into the laundry bucket, but it didn't really work out that well. So I stopped doing that, and then I grabbed the shower head, and it's a big one in this bathroom with a handle on it, and I could use that as a plunger most of the time. And then I'm putting more water in and plunging and going through the wash routine. And then when the level of detergent gets lower, because I've been adding more and more water and it's getting diluted, then I'll go in there with my hands for the last couple of wash cycles and really get in there. And then it's okay because there isn't quite as much detergent in the water. But the reason I started telling that story is because what I find is when you go up to a town like Dalat, which is at 1,500 meters, where the air, well, it's not as hot basically, and you don't have an air conditioner in the room because it's cooler up here. You don't need an air conditioner. So what I found is that my clothing has a heck of a time drying. Once you get up into the mountains, like down in Saigon, down in Kuala Lumpur, anywhere in Sumatra, you hang up your clothing, whoosh, it dries very, very quickly. But here it's taking a long time to dry, and this shirt that I'm wearing is actually kind of cold and clammy against my skin because it's still kind of wet. But I'm very happy now. I've done all of that work, new bed sheet, new towels, new pillowcases, clean clothes. Smells good. I even cleaned my pants, and that was the main reason I did laundry. My shirts could have gone on longer without being washed, but when I was in, how long ago was it now? Oh yeah, in Saigon, I went to the Cu Chi tunnels, and I got my pants very, very dirty. And what happened? There was something happened where I sat down on a bench because I did clean my pants after the Cu Chi tunnels experience. Yeah, I did. And then what happened? Yeah, okay, that's right. After that, then I went down to Kanto, and then I did the floating market tour, and I was on the boat, several different boats actually on that day tour. And then on one of the boats, I went to the back of the boat, and there were some benches there. Like normally on the tour, you sit on regular chairs that are clean. But of course, I'm roaming all around the boat, filming different ways. And I went all the way to the back of the boat. And then I was filming at the back of the boat, and there was a bench back there. And I just, as I always do, I just sit down on anything that's around me. There's a bench. I'll sit down on the bench. I sat down on the bench, and I'm filming. Sat down on another bench. I think there was a wooden chair back there. Sat down on the wooden chair, and I'm filming all kinds of things. Not realizing that everything at the back of the boat was just covered in dirt and exhaust from the boat engine, because the engine is back there with the exhaust, and it was just covered in soot, and my pants were just turned black because of that. And then I finally got around. These were my shorts, actually, if I remember right. Yeah, it was my shorts. And I put my shorts away, and I never washed them. From that day, I kept intending to wash them, and I just never got around to it, and then I finally did. Anyway, I had to wash my one pair of shorts that I wear outside, and then my long pair of pants, and that was a big job because they have very thick material. Anyway, laundry is done, and now I'm just waiting for it to dry, and that is taking a very long time. I'm still busy just editing videos. I now have 12 videos from Saigon uploaded to Planet Doug, and they're scheduled to be posted. So I worked through 12 of them, and I have 14 more left to edit. Experiences from Saigon, from Kanto, and then from up here in Dalat. So it's taking me a long time to work through those videos. But yeah, 12 of them are on Planet Doug right now. And I was hemming and hawing how to post them, because right now they're posted, they're scheduled for one video to go live every second day. So yesterday, my Independence Palace video went live, and I quite enjoyed that experience, visiting the Independence Palace. I talked about it at length in a previous behind the scenes video, and my experience at the Independence Palace was very informative, very enjoyable, especially because I could go to the Independence Palace, and then there was the other exhibit about the Norodom Palace, the one before the Independence Palace, because the Norodom Palace was badly damaged in a bombing, and then they replaced it. They tore it down and replaced it with the new one. And I learned a lot of history when I went there, so it was a very good experience. The one thing I realized is that my behind-the-scenes video, I think, contains a lot more information than my regular video, because I went into the Independence Palace sort of not devoid of knowledge, but I didn't do a deep dive into learning about its history. So everything was kind of new to me when I went there, and I misunderstood a lot of things. I didn't know the full story behind a lot of things. So the video itself about visiting the Independence Palace doesn't have nearly as much information, historical information, as my behind-the-scenes video. So the behind-the-scenes video is actually a better one to watch if you want to know about the history of that place. Because in my Planet Doug video, I was walking around with my GoPro, not really knowing what I was talking about. And this sort of came, this is on my mind, I think, because I was chatting with another Canadian YouTuber who I'll talk about in a minute in another section. And he asked me a question online. We're connected on WhatsApp, and he was watching my Independence Palace video, and he asked me about the audio guide, because I mentioned in my video how much the tickets cost to go in, and then how much the audio guide cost. And he asked me, he asked me about the audio guide. So that got me thinking, and I was wondering whether I should have gotten the audio guide and whether it would have been a good investment, the 90,000 dong, and maybe I would have learned a lot more about the Independence Palace as I was going through it. But as I explained to this new YouTuber friend of mine, I didn't get the audio guide mainly because I already had my Rode Wireless Go microphone on me. I've got my GoPro. I'm busy recording video and audio the entire time, and just doing that is a little bit overwhelming. Filming is hard. It takes a lot of energy and focus, and you're dealing with a lot of gear. And I couldn't quite see, okay, now I'm wandering through the Independence Palace, recording my own audio and video. How in the world am I going to put on a headset and listen to an audio guide at the same time? I would pretty much have to go through the entire Independence Palace listening to the audio guide, and when that was done, then go back, start at the very beginning, and then do a walkthrough of my own with all the knowledge from the audio guide in my head. And it was such a big building, and I knew I'd be doing a lot of walking. I just didn't do that, so I didn't get the audio guide. But now I'm wondering whether I should have. Also, when I went to the War Remnants Museum, I think there was an audio guide there as well, but I didn't pay to have the audio guide. And now I'm thinking maybe in the future, if I go to a museum where they have one available, I should at least do it one time. I don't think I've ever gotten an audio guide that I can remember, but maybe it's worthwhile, so maybe I'll do that in the future. But anyway, the Independence Palace video went live yesterday. It is not, unfortunately, not taking the internet by storm. Up until today, it's been whatever, 14 hours or 18 hours since it was posted, and not a whole lot of views, not a lot of excitement. The world of YouTube was not wondering, when is Planet Doug going to post his video about the Independence Palace? And thousands of people did not rush to watch it. Right now it has 547 views. So I really enjoy museums. I love going to them. I love making videos about them. But from a YouTube point of view, from a social media point of view, it's probably not a great use of my time. More casual, personal, non-history related, just wandering around Vietnam. Those types of videos, I think, would be much more welcomed on YouTube than my The odd thing is, I think I have at least one more museum video. The very next one that I have scheduled is going to be another museum video about the Museum of Ho Chi Minh City. I went there, and I believe that is the last, that is the last museum video on Planet Doug for now. Yeah, I don't think there's no more. I pretty much went to all the museums in Saigon that I wanted to visit, 4 of them or 5 of them, and I made a separate video about each one. And they require a lot of work to edit. It takes a long time. And in a way, I guess Cu Chi Tunnel's video is sort of a museum as well, because it's about history, and that video series took a long time to edit. As I talked about before, I took all the speeches by the guide and I transcribed them all and put them in text boxes so you can read along as the guide is speaking, and that took a surprising amount of time. But anyway, as I said, 12 videos uploaded, and I have them right now every second day. But if I do that, I'm looking at almost, not almost exactly 26 videos. And if you post one of them every second day, it can take like 2 months before all of them are on Planet Doug. And that seems like way too long. So what I think I'm going to do is post a video every day. Maybe even 2 every day. I don't know. That's not a good strategy from getting a lot of views, but at the same time, I want to get sort of caught up. So posting a video every day, boom, 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 then at least all of them will be online in 26 days, and I'll be sort of caught up with my video life. So I think I'm going to do that. So I think today the Ho Chi Minh City Museum video will be posted, and then I'll just do a video per day. And it kind of makes sense in a way too, because I am doing, occasionally I'm taking videos and dividing them into parts. So for example, my Cu Chi Tunnels video has 4 parts. So rather than posting one video that's an hour and a half long, I'm posting 4 videos, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. And then if I post one of those, 1 per day, I'll do that and see how it works. In my last video, behind the scenes, I was talking a lot about marketing for YouTube videos and doing promotions and things like that. Did kind of a deep dive into both of those topics. And my latest promotion, well, not my latest, my only promotion is not exactly burning up the internet either. I believe, like, they give you metrics, like how many views did you get because you promoted the video, how many new subscribers are on your channel now, and it's still at something like 120 views of the video that I promoted, and because of those views, 4 people subscribed. And the promotion is about halfway, I think. I set a budget of $10, but I think it's at about $5 now has been spent. So there'll be 5 more days, sort of like $1 per day on this promotion. And I chose Malaysia, Canada, and the United States as the places to do the promotion. I've mainly been thinking about why Canadians as a whole aren't generally watching any of my videos. And I thought, if I'm going to do a promotion, I might as well promote it in Canada to a Canadian audience and see, just see what happens. And so that is my first foray into doing a little bit of marketing for Planet Doug on my own. So, stories about Planet Doug. One funny thing for me is that when I was going into my uploaded videos and scheduling them to go live, I stumbled across a video that I had uploaded and completely forgot about. This was when I was sightseeing with Rod, my Canadian friend Rod in Saigon. He took me out for a day just to go sightseeing, took me to a whole bunch of interesting places, and then I posted a 3-part series about sightseeing with Rod, and then I posted the full video, the full extended cut, and then I forgot about it. I uploaded it, and then I completely forgot that it was there, and I forgot that I had not made it live. And then I sort of stumbled across it, and oh, for Pete's sake, I totally forgot about that. And then I hemmed and hawed about whether I should post it at all, because when you're making your own YouTube videos, I think you can get lost in the details, and you think everything has to be perfectly organized, or you will confuse viewers of your videos. So I was thinking, well, if I post the full extended video now, people will get confused because I posted the sightseeing with Rod videos already, and then I posted a whole bunch more videos in between, and now there's another sightseeing with Rod video. People will get confused because they're now out of order. But when you think like that, you're kind of giving a YouTube audience too much credit, because not many people are tracking what you're doing that carefully. If somebody is watching your YouTube channel regularly and has had personal contact with me and kind of knows a lot about me and about what I'm doing, sure, those people will notice, oh, what the heck? You already posted sightseeing with Rod. But those people are pretty rare. When you post a video to YouTube, most people will have no idea that it's even out of order. So to be honest, when I posted it, I was sort of holding my breath because I was anticipating a bunch of people saying, hey, what's going on? You already posted this video. How come you're posting it again? I'm confused. Where are you? I thought there'd be all this confusion. I'd get all this negative feedback about posting this video out of order. But when I saw this video had a few comments, I was nervous about clicking on the comments because I thought I was going to get all of this confusion, like, hey, what's going on? Why did you do this? And I just didn't want to face it. But then I finally clicked on the comments, and it was none of that. Nobody even, I'm sure some people noticed, but the people who noticed, they don't really care that much. And then they didn't say anything, and all the comments were just normal. Hey, love the video, or hey, Rod seems like a really nice guy, and the normal kinds of comments you might get. And in fact, if you're looking at it from a views point of view, again, thinking about Planet Doug numbers, the video did relatively well. I mean, we're not talking about Itchy Boots numbers or anything like that. But for the numbers of views that my Vietnam videos are getting, this repeat of the sightseeing with Rod video did relatively well at 1.2 thousand views. So, which is on par with all the other videos. I was expecting it to have like 0 views because, as I said, I already posted sightseeing with Rod videos. Now here's another one repeating what I already posted. So I just thought the video would completely tank. And in fact, other YouTubers that I'm in contact with sort of went, ooh, why did you do that? That's not a good idea. And in fact, I had posted 2 extended cuts in a row. So the video right before it was like my full extended cut of my Mekong Delta tour. And then I posted the full extended cut of sightseeing with Rod. So it's 2 videos in a row, each one an hour and a half long. And you think, oh, people are going to be really annoyed about that, and nobody's going to watch the video. It's going to get 0 views. So there was a lot of negative feelings about posting this video when I did and how I did. And it turned out to be absolutely fine. Didn't bother anybody particularly, and it got average number of views, and so that was absolutely fine. So I think we as YouTubers, me in particular, we can really overthink things. And I get bogged down in the details, and I think everything has to be perfect and everything has to make sense. But I do notice when I watch other YouTubers, I do deep dives. So if someone posts a video from Vietnam, I'll go into their channel and I'll go way back in time and see where they came from, how they got to Vietnam, and I'll investigate the entire story of that YouTuber. But that's pretty rare. Not many people would ever care about that or have the time or the patience to do it. But I tend to do it. But even if the video is just a one-off, just seems to come out of nowhere, has no history, has no story, it doesn't really matter. So in my head, I feel like every time I post a video, that video has to make perfect sense. It has to be in order in terms of time. It has to connect with the previous video and connect with the next one. The story has to be logical. Everything has to make sense. I have to show how I got there, how I planned it, all these things. But then when I watch a video on another YouTube channel from a YouTube traveler, it'll just start right in the middle of some place, a remote mountain village in Vietnam. It just starts and then it just ends. And there's no beginning and there really is no end. None of it makes sense. You don't know what came before. You don't know what's coming after, but it doesn't matter. I watch the video and I still enjoy it anyway. So I think a lot of my concern about the nitty-gritty details and having everything be logical and organized and systematic is probably kind of a waste of time. But again, that's just it's just the way my brain works. I talked as well in a previous behind the scenes video about all of the thumbnail testing that I've been doing. A new feature that YouTube offers where you can upload up to 3 thumbnails for each video, and then YouTube will do a test to see which thumbnail is the best. So I've been talking about that a lot, and I've continued to do it, but that got me more and more interested in thumbnails. And for a long time, I've wanted to find a better and more professional way of making thumbnails. And I never make much progress there, partially because technology just defeats me these days. No matter what I try to do, I don't understand anything, nothing works, it's exhausting, but mainly because I just don't have any time. I need so much time to edit videos that if I try to step back and start learning about techniques, how to make a thumbnail, get a new thumbnail program, and start learning how to use it, it's exhausting, and I feel like I'm wasting my time because I need to be editing videos. So I've been thinking about learning new thumbnail skills for a long, long time, but I never get around to it. And partially I never get around to it because when I have gone into it a little bit, I just get confused right out of the gate. The simplest programs just befuddle me. So for example, what I do now is I use a program called Snapseed, which is like a graphics thing that you can download on your phone. And it's like the simplest thing you can imagine. So what I do is I take a screenshot from one of my videos, import the screenshot into Snapseed. I can crop it with one button, and then I can click on the text tool, type in Independence Palace. I can click on the color. I make the letters white or yellow or whatever color I want. Boom, I'm done. I export it. There is my thumbnail. But of course, if you look at successful YouTubers, someone like Patty Doyle, his thumbnails have a more elaborate style. So for his Vietnam series, for example, he'll have the screenshot like I do. He'll take a screenshot of his video of a beautiful mountain scene, but then he takes another screenshot that has him, a picture of him standing somewhere, but then he uses a program to remove the background. So then he can take just a cutout of himself in large size and insert it on top of the previous screenshot of the mountain. And then he puts a big red banner for Vietnam, and then the word Vietnam, Vietnam series, next level, whatever text he puts on it. But basically, he works on the thumbnail, and the main thing that most people do that I want to learn how to do is insert one picture on top of another while removing the background of one of the pictures. And I've never, ever managed to figure out how to do that. Again, friends of mine, YouTuber friends, seem to do all these things effortlessly, and they would tell me what program they use, and I go to use that program, and then I cannot figure it out. I open up the program, and then I'm just sort of looking at all of the possibilities, and I'm just befuddled. I don't know, even the simplest ones. I've been trying to use a program called Canva, and I have an account with Canva, but I think on Canva, in order to remove the background, you have to pay for the premium version, I think. But even in the past, I've gone into Canva and then I just get blocked. I'm like, okay, where do I start? Where's the button where I push that says make a YouTube thumbnail? And then, I don't know, I just get confused by all the systems. I cannot figure them out. I just get defeated so easily these days, and I'm not used to that. I used to be relatively intelligent, and I used to be able to figure out technology, but not anymore. I'm just like totally clueless. But anyway, I was thinking about thumbnails again, and I went to my, to finish that little story, I forgot where I was heading. Since I use Snapseed on my phone, I thought, oh, why don't I get Snapseed for my MacBook? And then I don't have to do a two-stage thing. I can make the thumbnail on my laptop. But of course, when I went to the Apple store to download the Snapseed app, what did I find out? Snapseed is not available for MacBooks, right? It's always something. Every time I tried to do something, there's always a barrier. It says, oh, I want to use Snapseed. That's the one program that won't work on a MacBook. It's like, oh, of course. How can it be any other way, right, on Planet Doug? So that has always been a dead end for me. So I keep making my thumbnails on my phones. Anyway, just out of the blue the other day, I called up the Perplexity AI, and I asked it, what is the best thumbnail maker? What is the best YouTube thumbnail program creation app for MacBooks? And then Perplexity gave me a very quick answer. It just said Keynote. Keynote is the best program to use on a Mac to make YouTube thumbnails. Very clear, no confusion, no, these are the 10 best programs. Depending on your needs, one might be, no, it just said Keynote. That's it. So I thought, oh, Keynote. All right, I'll bite. I'll give that a try. So of course I go to the Apple store to find Keynote. It's there, and then I'm going to download it, and it said, oh, sorry, Keynote requires Mac OS Ventura. Is that the name of the Mac operating system? I think Mac OS Ventura 13 or higher. This program won't run on your Mac. So I thought, of course. But then I looked into it, and it turns out I could actually upgrade the operating system on my Mac. I was on Ventura 12.82 or whatever it was. And I never bothered upgrading the operating system, because when I look at all of the new things, it says, oh, the new operating system can do this and this and this and this. I never do any of those things, so I never bothered. And I was very nervous about screwing things up. I have this idea that if I upgrade to the newest, most powerful operating system, it's going to make my MacBook run slower and slower because it's an older laptop. But anyway, I thought, okay, I want to try Keynote. So I thought, all right, let's do this. And I found out that I was able to update to Ventura 13 point whatever, the latest version. And I said, all right. And that took a long time to complete, downloading that and then installing it. But I finally got it done successfully. And I was very surprised about that. I thought it would be a disaster, as everything always is. And then I downloaded Keynote. And then once again, I was looking at Keynote and I was just befuddled. My artificial intelligence had told me that this was the best program for making YouTube thumbnails. But it turns out Keynote is not a thumbnail maker. It is a presentation slide maker. So it was like the MacBook equivalent of PowerPoint, and all the menus, all the tools, everything about it was designed to make a slideshow presentation. But I guess you could also use it to make one slide, and then you can turn that one slide into a YouTube thumbnail. But it took me a long time to figure that out. Like, there was no button anywhere that said, what do you want to make? YouTube thumbnail, click here. I never find that anywhere. And Keynote didn't have this at all. Or maybe it had it somewhere. This was days ago, and I've since abandoned Keynote, so a lot of the details aren't clear in my head. But anyway, I did a deep dive into Keynote. I'm trying to figure out how to use it. And the main thing I wanted to do was remove the background. I wanted to find a screenshot of me standing in front of something, and then I want to just cut me out and delete the background so I can insert that in another thumbnail. That's all I wanted to do. And it was so confusing. There was no like background remover button. There was nothing like that. I forget the name of it, but I did a whole bunch of searching. I went on YouTube tutorials, tried to figure out how to do that. And then you usually get in trouble as well, because you'll find a tutorial from 3 years ago, which doesn't seem like a long time ago, but since then, the program has completely changed. And the tool you're looking for has a completely new name and has been moved to a new location, and you got to figure all these things out. But I finally figured it out, and I found the tool. It wasn't called background remover or anything like that. It had a completely different, very weird name, but that's what it was. And then when I clicked on it, and it opened up a brush, like a circular brush, and it just said, move the brush around the colors you want to remove. And I was like, and that's what people did in the YouTube tutorials that I saw. That's what people did. They would have a photograph of themselves with a background, and then they take this brush and they just kind of wave it around, and they've got to do all kinds of weird, delicate circular motions. And then they would say, well, you have to be really careful, because if you stray into certain colors, you start removing you. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. And then for them, though, it would work. So I thought, okay, well, somehow or other, this must be how things work. So I went back to Keynote, opened up this brush tool, and then I'm waving my little thing around in the background, and it did almost nothing. Because what it does is, when you hold it over, say, a certain shade of green, it removes all of that shade of green, wherever it is in the photograph. So it just removes this weird scattering of areas. And I thought, oh. So then I moved it to another, like a lighter shade. This happened to be a photograph of me in the jungle at the Coochie tunnels. So it was me, and I think I was wearing this shirt, and then there was a bunch of trees and leaves in the background. So that's what I wanted to remove, all of the background. So it was mainly green and brown. So I moved the brush over some other lighter green, and then that shade of green kind of disappeared all in the background. I thought, well, this is how in the world, like, how many color shades are there? If this is like 10-bit color, there's like 8 billion shades of green. How in the world it was just so weird. I did not understand this tool at all. Anyway, I kept working and working, and every pass I did removed a little bit more of the background, but then it was removing me as well, because there's little bits of green and brown in my skin tone, in my hair, and I started to look like a jigsaw puzzle, because as I was trying to remove colors from the background, it also removed those colors from me. And it's like, this is so stupid. And what? I don't understand how this is supposed to be a background remover. Anyway, I fought with it and I fought with it, because you move the brush around and I start noticing that my hair is disappearing. Oh, so then I got to back up and I move my brush away until my hair comes back. And then I try to move my brush in this direction, and now my chest starts disappearing because I've strayed into something that was a little bluish green, and then my blue shirt started to disappear. And it's like, this is ridiculous. There's no way this is ever going to work. And I went back to the tutorials to see what I was doing wrong. I went to the guidelines, I went to the help stuff. I was reading all of the manual instructions, and nothing made any sense to me. And I just gave up on Keynote. All this work I'd done, hours spent doing this, downloading the new operating system, downloading Keynote, figuring out how to use it. All of it was a giant waste of time, and I just dumped the whole thing. After that, I went looking for a different program, and then I started doing the usual searches with the AI and with Google Chrome, and just asking, what are the best YouTube thumbnail creator apps for a MacBook? And I got a list of various options, and I started investigating all of them, trying to figure out which one to try, which one to figure out. And doing all of that, at one point I decided to check out something called Adobe Spark, because I was focusing in particular on the background removal tool. And then everybody kept telling me, check out Adobe Spark. So that sent me down a big, long rabbit hole where I went to Adobe online, adobe.com, whatever it is. And Adobe is a vast universe of apps and programs now. There's no such thing as Adobe. They've got so many different programs. But of course, Adobe Spark wasn't one of them. The one thing that everybody told me to go get an account, they said sign up for an account with Adobe Spark. So I go to Adobe, and then there's like this vast list of programs, and I couldn't find Adobe Spark anywhere. So, like, of course, how can it be otherwise? And then I'm looking around, and I can't really make sense out of any of these programs. How are they different from other programs? Which one do I want? But I eventually settled on something called Adobe Express. Didn't really know what it was. Was it one program? Was it a website? Was it something I have to download, something I have to do online? I really didn't know. I couldn't make any sense out of it. But then I went to Adobe Express and I tried to do something, and they said, oh, you have to have an account, an Adobe Express account. So I thought, okay, I'll sign up, I'll make an account, and you have to enter your email address, and it says, oh, you already have an account. It's like, okay. So ages ago, of course, at some point in my life, I would have opened an Adobe account. And I guess you don't need an Adobe Express account, you just need an Adobe account, and that will get you access to all of these programs. So then I signed in to my Adobe account, and I'm sure there were security problems there because I hadn't done it in a long time. They probably had to send me a security code and do this and do that and verify your identity, and please go to your email account and look for the email we sent you and click on this to verify, and we'll send you a code to your phone, and now get it from your phone. And anyway, I went through all the steps, and I eventually got into the system. But then once again, I was just befuddled, absolutely befuddled, like right out of the gate. Yeah, it was just weird. where, for example, I mean, I couldn't figure out how to do anything, even simple things. On the side, I found where you could sort of make a YouTube thumbnail, and then I got into that, and then I wanted to put some text onto my thumbnail that I was creating. So there it is on the side, and it says text, the text tool. So you double click on that or drag it in or whatever it is you do, and then you get a box with some text. And then I'm just looking for the button to change the color because the text was black and I had a black background and I wanted to change it to white. I thought, well, I want white letters. So I'm looking on the text tool. There is no color button. There's no color button. I'm like, okay, here's the text tool. I've just put in text. All I want to do is try out different colors. Should the text be yellow or red or white or black or green? See what looks best. And I'm looking, thinking there must be, where's the button that I change the colors? There's no color button. I looked all day. I looked all the next day. I still have not managed to find where in Adobe Express, the YouTube thumbnail maker, I don't know how to change the color of the letters. So like right out of the gate, boom. It was just so frustrating. I can't figure out anything anymore. This just drives me crazy. I don't know why I find everything to be so difficult, and everyone else in the world seems to just sail through these things. Everybody's got beautiful looking thumbnails, but I don't know how to do it. It just drives me nuts. But I did find a background remover tool, and I played around with that and it worked. And it was sort of an AI thing. That was something else at Adobe and Adobe Express that kind of confused me because they've moved into the future. So a lot of their tools are not static tools that I'm used to. A lot of them are AI, what they call AI generative tools. And instead of just choosing from a drop-down menu, you actually have to write in a box a text prompt telling Adobe what you want. Even for the text, there was AI generative tools. So you, instead of just picking Times Roman 38 point blue, and that's what you get, you have to type into this AI box a text prompt like artistic letters with puzzly notes and elements. You have to come up with some sort of a verbal description of the type of lettering you want, and then this AI tool just sort of starts working. But it takes a long time because I was playing around with this AI generative system, and I would type a text prompt in and hit enter, and then nothing would happen. The letters would just stay black. And I'm thinking, okay, that didn't work. And I go off and I do something else, but out of the corner of my eye, I see my letters start to change because the AI was working in the background all this time, developing and designing a brand new text format based on my input. And then suddenly all of my letters from the end of my sentence were slowly changing, moving to the front until they all turned into these crazy AI generated lettering based on my text prompt. It was the craziest thing, and they looked horrendous. It's like, oh, for Pete's sake, that's not what I wanted. Anyway, they went on and on and on, and I couldn't figure that out. But anyway, I think the background remover was also powered by AI, and I essentially just clicked on the tool and said, remove the background, please, AI. And then it analyzed the scene, and I guess it figured out what I wanted to keep. It would decide, okay, this is the central figure, that's the central figure, therefore this must be the background. And I don't know how it did it, but it removed the background and left only me. But there was a big warning sign saying, you can only do this a certain number of times until you have to pay for the premium version of Adobe. We're doing this for free right now to suck you in and get you liking our background removal tool, and then you're gonna have to start paying for it. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, the overall system, basically what I ended up doing was uploading a screenshot to Adobe Express, removing the background, then downloading that image, and then I'd have to copy the image to another program on my Mac or on my phone and then stick it in. Because even though I was able to remove the background with Adobe Express, after that, I couldn't do anything. I could not figure out how to make the rest of the thumbnail. Nothing on there made any sense to me. Nothing was intuitive. I just couldn't figure it out. It was way too complex, way too many options, and I couldn't figure out how to make text. All I wanted to do was put some words on the thumbnail, and I couldn't even figure out how to do that. So that's where I landed the other day. I just gave up. And I guess I'll go back to it at some point. I'll try to figure out how to use Adobe Express. I'll waste more of my life trying to figure out how to use it. But no, this is way too much. There's just too much technology that you have to figure out to do even the simplest things. So to be honest, I think most of my thumbnails are just going to be done with Snapseed because it is so simple and so easy. Screenshot. There's the Independence Palace, text, make it yellow, make it big, expand it, stick it in the corner, boom, output, I'm done. All this other stuff takes hours and hours and hours, and I don't have that much time. Yeah, I'm too old. It makes me think of all the classic cop movies. I mean, the hero is always 2 weeks away from retiring, and then he's in the middle of a gunfight because he hooked up with a young hotshot rookie, and now he's always saying, oh, I'm too old for this, I'm too old for this. And that's how I feel. I've been joking with friends of mine. It's like, my age right now, I'm not going to live long enough to even be able to learn any of these things. All I do these days is learn and learn and learn and learn and study, but it's not ever going to benefit me because I'm not going to be alive long enough to take advantage of any of this knowledge anyway. It feels like up until now, I should have mastered all the tools I need. It's too late in life to suddenly be presented with 100 new things I have to learn in order to get anything done. All I do is study and learn, and I never seem to make any progress. And quite frankly, the clock is ticking on this biological unit you see before me. I don't have time to learn all this stuff. I really don't. I mean, I enjoy it. To be honest, I really do. I enjoy technology, but I've never been this frustrated at any point before in my life. The level of frustration I feel these days is just beyond anything I've ever experienced. And yeah, the timing is wrong. I don't know how other people do all this stuff. Yeah, it's too much. Moving on to YouTube stories, non-Planet Doug YouTube stories. I don't have a lot. I think I only have 2. And I don't really have actual videos to talk about. It's more about talking about people. A long time ago, I discovered this YouTuber, Instagrammer named Roberto Helou, or Robert Helou, Roberto Helou. And if I remember right, he's from Libya. And when I stumbled across him on YouTube, he had just started a bicycle journey from basically Cairo to Cape Town, the classic north to south cycling route through Africa. And he was going to combine that bicycle journey with documenting it for social media. And judging from the beginning, his plan was to post YouTube videos mainly. It was going to be mainly a YouTube video project. and he was posting videos. At the beginning of his journey, he had a big introduction to his whole project, and then he posted 4 or 5 videos starting the journey from Egypt and then into the Sudan. And his last video, I believe, was from the Sudan, and he was just about to go to Ethiopia, and then he disappeared from YouTube completely. That was 8 months ago, I think, 8 or 9 months ago. And basically, I think he discovered that he can't do both. You can't ride your bicycle through Africa, that vast distance, deal with all the hardships. He was on a low budget. He was camping out a lot. He's also doing a lot of other side projects along the way. Very social guy, spending a lot of time with other people, doing an incredible number of things. You can't, and then camping out at night, cooking food, dealing with visa issues, having to get new visas for every country, visa extensions, fixing his bike, all the constant mechanical breakdowns, on and on and on. You can't do all of that and edit YouTube videos. At least he definitely can't, because his YouTube videos were incredibly polished, high production values. So he invested an unbelievable number of hours into each video. I can't even estimate how much he must have worked on each one of his videos. So he basically, I think, made a decision, okay, basically let's keep shooting video, but we're not going to do any video editing for YouTube. We're just going to stockpile it. And as I found out, he said he has, now the journey is over. He made it all the way down to Cape Town. Well, probably he made it all the way down to the ocean, the most southernmost tip of Africa, I'm sure. But he's basically been stockpiling all his video. And he said he has 16 terabytes of video stockpiled. And now that the journey is over, now he can go back and start editing the YouTube videos. And his journey ended back in April. So it's been something like April, May, June. Now we're into July, 3 to 4 months. And he still hasn't posted a single YouTube video. So he's been quite busy since the journey ended. And the only way I know any of this is because he's still posting videos and photos to Instagram. So the only way I know anything about his journey after the Sudan is because he was posting to Instagram. And I've enjoyed his Instagram posts very much. The amount of work that he puts into his Instagram is probably greater than most people would put into their YouTube channel. So he occasionally will post a video to Instagram. And at first I thought it would be like a little video clip, 20-second random clip, cut, upload. But no, his Instagram videos, what are they called on? I don't understand Instagram at all either, to be honest. I don't know what an Instagram story is, as opposed to just posting a photo. Anyway, these are probably Instagram stories, maybe. But anyway, these are videos that are highly polished, where they have far more production value than 90% of YouTube videos that are out there. So he tells complete stories on Instagram in video form, with voiceover narration and graphics and text and on, transitions, music, slow motion, probably time lapses. He's the whole thing. He does everything. And he posts collections of photos. So he won't just post one picture, he'll post like 10 at a time, and then with a long text description, stories describing everything that's going on. So there's a lot of information in his Instagram, and I've been following all of that. And I lost track of him recently because I've been very busy myself in Vietnam. I have not been productive like a Roberto Helou. How he does everything he does, how he finds the time, how he even has the technical knowledge to do the things he does. No idea, but he does find the time, and I recently just went back to check on him because again, I always forget about Instagram. It's terrible. I'm supposed to be a social media influencer. I'm supposed to be a content creator, but I'm so defeated by just YouTube. Every time I look at the little button that takes me to Instagram, I get exhausted just looking at that button. So occasionally I'll get a burst of energy and I'll go to Instagram, and I want to get caught up because I still haven't posted most of my videos from Sumatra. So I want to kind of post a whole bunch of photographs from Sumatra, get caught up in real time, and then I can mesh Instagram with YouTube, but just can't do it. But anyway, I went to Instagram and there was Roberto Helou. So I noticed he posted a couple of videos and a couple of photos within the last couple of months or whatever it was. So I watched them and I got the story. That's how I learned. His journey ended. He's got 16 terabytes of video he's going to work through. And he posted he's very young, very idealistic, full of energy, full of big ideas, and he wants to save the world, make everything better, all of which, of course, to someone as jaded and old as I am, I'm like, yeah, that's a lot. Even when I was young, I don't think I had any illusion that my little life is going to have any impact on the world. I barely have impact on my own life, let alone the lives of any other people, let alone countries or the world. But anyway, Roberto, his perspective, what's the word I'm looking for? The context within which his mind works, the scale of his thoughts is at the world scale. He wants to make the world a better place. So there's a lot of that very idealistic thoughts and goals and ambitions in his writing and in his ambitions for his life. So there's a lot of that in there. So he was talking about how now that his Africa journey is over, he's realizing, no, it isn't really over. This is just the beginning. And he has big ideas for what he wants to do in the future. And he didn't really say what those are. But I'm assuming, since he said he was relating his big idea to his Africa journey not being over, that he's going to continue with Africa as his base, perhaps. Maybe keep cycling, and now he wants to cycle through West Africa. Maybe he's going to cycle back through other parts of East Africa and continue building on this project he has. I don't know. But anyway, that's what he said. And of course, he has the 16 terabytes of video to edit, both for YouTube and for Instagram. And I think he must have thousands, if not tens of thousands of photographs, because he works so hard capturing high quality video and high quality photographs. And I guess he has a lot of ideas now for what to do. And he's always looking for, what do you call them? Projects that are helping the environment. He's very big into sustainability and fixing the environment, things like that. So one of his Instagram videos recently, like I said, one of his long, it's a full video, it's a full documentary basically on Instagram. And he's talking about a big project that covers large parts of Africa about bringing back the forests. And it's a very interesting video to watch. There's an idea in there that I've never come across before, where the old traditional NGO project, like if some rich person in somewhere has billions of dollars and wants to help around the world, they might decide to plant trees. I think even YouTubers have done this, like some of the big YouTubers. Maybe Mr. Beast has done it. I don't know, where they've had projects where they're raising money to plant 1 million trees in Africa, something like that. And then they're going to help the environment and help Africa by planting trees. That has been a pretty standard go-to project for individuals, for NGOs, for governments, for the United Nations. But the idea that Roberto was talking about in his video is that, well, what we've learned is that doesn't work. You can plant 1 million trees if you like, but all that means is 1 million trees are going to die. That for whatever reason, to do with the environment, to do with the climate, to do with everything, most of those trees don't make it. So it's kind of a waste. And what he discovered through another project is that there's a better way to go about it. And I won't give away the story. I'll just say you should go watch his video to find out what this new way of bringing the forests back to Africa is. It's quite interesting. Yeah, I found it quite interesting. So his little Instagram documentary was fascinating. But anyway, he does a lot of that. His journey through Africa, he keeps his eyes open for local groups in Africa that are doing something good for the environment, for the community, and doing positive things to make the world a better place. And I admire that very much, to be honest, though, as I said, at my jaded stage in life, it's a little bit difficult for me to get as excited about it as he is. I think they're great things to do, and I think people who get involved in make the world better projects, they have a really good experience, they learn a lot, they do a little bit of good. In the grand picture, I don't think it really has much effect. I'm a little bit cynical about all those sorts of things, but they're interesting to see. So again, the only reason I think I'm mentioning all this is because I'm just so astonished at the energy output of this guy, where he was able to do so much. Sure, just like me, he was kind of defeated by YouTube, by the editing process. It just takes more time than he had available. But man, the things he did manage to do, the cycling, as I said, the Instagram, the documenting, and then all of the projects that he did. For me, say if I rode my bike from Cairo to Cape Town, that's it. That's the only thing I'd be able to do. I'd be finished. You ride your bike all day. At the end of the day, in his case, setting up the tent, sleeping out, doing his own laundry, getting food, cooking food, getting drinking water, keeping the bike running, fixing flat tires. That is a full-time life for me. But for him, that was just a tiny piece of what he was doing. He would stop and climb mountains. He'd go trekking in the jungle for weeks. He would meet up with local groups that were like an actors group or a dance troupe, and he would hang out with them, learn how to dance their dances and do that. He would visit schools, do presentations, on and on and on and on. I'm like, how? And okay, this is finally bringing me around full circle. The main reason I wanted to talk about him, because his other video, the big video that he posted to Instagram, kind of blew my mind. And I found absolutely fascinating. It was one of these 1 photo a day projects. And I've seen these from time to time. You see them on YouTube where somebody decides they're going to take 1 picture a day for a long time. And some of these projects will go on for years. And then they put the whole video together where they put like fast photo montages where they show just a flash of each of these videos. There might be 1,000 of them if we're talking about a 3-year project. And then you see their face and their hair change. 1,000 pictures go by. And Roberto, at the beginning of his trip, he started it, and I guess he had the whole thing mapped out in his head. I didn't realize that he did. He started his whole project with a big ceremony where his school classmates shaved off all his hair. So he shaved completely bald, and that's how he started the bike trip. And his idea, I guess it's all part of this sort of idealism, this high energy he has because he's still young and full of energy. His idea was all about how this project was going to give him almost a rebirth in life, a fresh start, new ideas, new horizons. And symbolic of that was shaving off and starting with no hair at all, completely bald. And then he was never going to cut his hair or shave until the journey was over. So the entire journey from the northern tip of Africa all the way down to the southern, he never cut his hair and he never shaved. So you saw in his videos and in his Instagram pictures, his hair just got longer and longer and longer, and his beard just got longer and longer. And I remember thinking I didn't like that because he looked awful. He just looked so much like a crazy person with that crazy head of hair and the huge beard. To me, he looked somewhat unpleasant. And then I was thinking about him as a representative of the outside world traveling through Africa. I kind of wanted him to look better than that. I wanted him to look groomed and presentable. Yeah, I didn't like the idea of him looking that unkempt for the entire journey, especially since he was meeting so many people and he was very high profile, where he was profiled in newspaper articles, TV shows, all these, at schools, giving presentations, being an inspirational speaker and a motivational speaker. I don't know. I just thought that the beard in particular and the crazy hair was a bit much. But what I didn't realize was that he was also taking a picture every single day, one picture a day. And I guess the whole bike ride, the whole project ended up taking something like 465 days, something like that, well over a year. So at the end of his journey, he had 465 photos framed exactly the same way. So again, the discipline it took to complete this project and do it every single day and to remember to do it. So he obviously set this up in advance because he's always holding the camera. You can see his arms kind of going out like this, and he's holding the camera. So he'd have to have the camera, he's holding it in exactly the same way and then framing it exactly the same way so that his head is exactly the same size in every photo, so that when you do a fast montage, all these pictures in a row, his head isn't like moving around. It's actually staying in the same place, and all you see is that his eyes, whether he's smiling or not, and his hair changes. His hair just gets longer and longer and longer throughout this whole video, and his beard gets longer. And in the background, you see the new background every single time. And he didn't get lazy with it. You can see he thought about it every time he took the picture, what would be an interesting background. I think if I did a project like that, I'd probably end up with a boring series because I'd have the same background every single time. But sometimes it's a whole bunch of people, so he would gather all these people around him. He'd have a huge crowd of people behind him. And then he said, oh, let me do the portrait. And he takes a portrait with all these people, and then he's in a market with all these bananas around him. Oh yeah, this is a good spot for the portrait, my daily portrait. And he takes a picture, and then, oh, I'm in front of a volcano or a mountain, oh, a jungle, an animal. So you can see he thought about the project every day, how to take an interesting photo. And he had a little piece of his brain always thinking about that every day, another piece of his brain keeping the bike running, just how in the world he managed to do all that. But anyway, I watched the whole video a couple of times. I always find time lapses fascinating. I love time lapses, and this was sort of a time lapse, basically a camera pointing at his face over 465 days and then taking a snapshot once a day. And then that becomes it's basically a time lapse, one picture per day. And I just find it really fascinating to watch. And then just so admirable that he managed to complete it. I can see a lot of people wanting to do this, and they do it for the first month, and then they start forgetting. And then after they forget for a week, they're like, oh, I forgot. And then they just sort of give up. But he stuck with it all the way to the very end. So anyway, I'm looking forward to when he starts posting his videos, and For my money, of course, I don't need the high production value. He's probably going to make all of his Africa videos just as professional and as polished as the first ones he did. For me personally, I would rather have gotten the videos in real time. I don't need the polish. I don't need the high production value. I just want to follow his journey. So I don't need all of that, but I think for him, that's how he wants to make his videos. So it's going to take a long time. I have no idea how long it will take. I don't know where he is now. I don't know where he settled down to make these videos, to edit them. I don't know anything about it. But anyway, I'm going to keep an eye on his Instagram and on his YouTube channel just to see the videos that he makes when he finally gets around to it. So yeah, that's Roberto Helou, my first YouTube story for today. My second YouTube story is going to be much shorter and a much more simple one, because I'm not going to talk about individual videos so much as the person himself. And this is another YouTuber from Canada that I got to know personally quite recently. I was watching his videos and I was aware of him, and Daryl from Wander Eats was also aware of him, and we've sort of been leaving comments on each other's videos for a while, but I just recently touched base with him personally, and it turns out that this man, Sean, turns out he's from Canada, so that's a good connection for me. He's from Fredericton, New Brunswick, and his YouTube channel, as you already saw, is called the Frugal Wanderer. And Sean and I have a lot in common. I think that's pretty obvious right off the bat. Both Canadian, of a similar age. I believe he's younger than I am, but we're in the same sort of generation. And he's a YouTuber, very interested in camera gear. Not just camera gear, but computer gear, technology of all kinds. He seems to be much better at it than I am, of course. And he's also a bit of a wanderer, the frugal wanderer. So the style of his videos can be very similar to some of mine, particularly my older videos and my behind the scenes videos, where I might just go out walking. I'm not to some sort of a big tourist attraction, but just grabbing my camera and then wandering around the streets of Yangon or the streets of KL or wherever I happen to be. And then he does a similar style of video where he likes to grab his cameras and then just go out walking through local neighborhoods to see. It's like moving slow travel, I think, might be something that appeals to him. So anyway, I've gotten to know Sean, the Frugal Wanderer. We're chatting a lot on WhatsApp, and he's currently in Cambodia, and he will be he had plans to come to Vietnam. This was already in the works for him, but it turns out he and I will probably be in Saigon at roughly the same time. I think I'm going to be heading to Saigon pretty soon. My original idea was to come to Dalat, and then I was going to keep traveling. I was going to go to Nha Trang and Hue and Da Nang and Hoi An, all these places. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen on this trip because I just shot so much video. I decided to just stop for a minute, edit video, get caught up, and I'm probably going to go straight back to Saigon from Dalat and then hang out with Sean. Daryl from Wander Eats is also returning to Saigon. I want to meet up with him again. And so yeah, I'm probably going to be here in Dalat for a few more days and then straight back to Saigon, hang out with Sean, the Frugal Wanderer, hang out with Daryl when he shows up. And then my visa expires, so then I have to leave Vietnam, probably going back to Kuala Lumpur. I'm just working through the logistics of that right now. It makes the most sense for me to go back to KL for a variety of reasons. And then, assuming I can afford to do it, both in terms of time and money, return to Vietnam and sort of pick up where I left off. And hopefully all of my Vietnam videos, I'll be caught up and then I can start fresh in Vietnam Part 2. And we'll see what happens with my YouTube adventures then. I have a bunch of ideas and some thoughts. So anyway, that is Sean, the Frugal Wanderer. And so as I said, he's in Cambodia right now, and he's doing a lot of walking videos. He was in Siem Reap. He has a bunch of videos from there. He was in, right now, Sihanoukville, shooting a lot of videos there. And then he's going to be going to Saigon. And I'm pretty excited about that. I'm looking forward to meeting up with Sean. And I guess maybe I'll mention one video of his in particular, the most recent one on his channel that I watched, that I'm aware of. He was walking around Sihanoukville. Here's the thumbnail for that video. And he's talking about how the streets of Sihanoukville can be a bit dangerous because, then this is something I could relate to and I found quite entertaining. He slipped and he fell. I mean, he took a hard fall. And I just found that so entertaining because I've also done that a couple of times because I'm holding the camera. The two instances that I'm thinking of right now where I took a hard fall, both of them were directly because I was holding the camera and not paying attention to where my feet were going. And I fell pretty hard. And then he just did that in Sihanoukville. And I won't tell the whole story. I'll just put the thumbnail to the video here and put it in my video description. You can go watch that video yourself and you can see what happened to Sean. And I thought it was quite entertaining. And he and I have been sort of laughing and joking about it since he posted that video. So anyway, I think that's all I wanted to say about Sean, the Frugal Wanderer. And hopefully we can do some videos together when I'm in Saigon, some casual collaboration between two Canadian YouTubers and with Daryl, the Malaysian YouTuber, thrown in as well. We'll see how that all works out. So yeah, that's Sean, the Frugal Wanderer. And hopefully he will show up more in my videos in the future because I have heard him mention sort of in the background, yeah, Malaysia, I'd like to go to Malaysia someday. And he's hitting up Daryl for information about Malaysia. So maybe the three of us can be in Malaysia at the same time as well in the future. We'll see what happens. I haven't talked about them for a long time, but I'm still a regular podcast listener. And I have a bunch of favorite podcasts that I've been listening to for years and years. And one of them that I used to listen to religiously was a podcast called Stuff You Should Know. And I haven't listened to them for a couple of years maybe. This was one of my mainstays when I was living in Taiwan. And then I'd head off on scooter journeys. I drove my scooter all over Taiwan on the weekends and during the holidays and things like that. And I was always listening to podcasts while I was riding my scooter. And one of the ones I had queued up was Stuff You Should Know. And they have a very interesting style where it's just two guys chatting about anything. Pick any topic under the sun. Penguins, the sun, the Roman Empire, Coca-Cola, anything at all. If you go onto the Stuff You Should Know podcast listing, you'll find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of topics, a complete variety of everything you could find on the planet and everywhere else in the universe. And then these two guys will just research these topics, learn a whole bunch of things about them, and then they sit down in a studio and they have a conversation about them. And it's as if they're telling each other about the topic, what they learned, and then they have a conversation about it and they package it as a podcast. And they're very casual, very laid back, very, very popular. And to be honest, after losing track of them, I didn't even know whether they still existed or not. I thought maybe they just stopped making it, but I recently remembered them And then I resubscribed to Stuff You Should Know on my current podcast app. And to my amazement, they're still there. Same two guys, still making the same style of podcast, and nothing has changed. The production, the music, the style, exactly the same as years and years and years ago. Nothing has changed. They're just new topics. So I'm listening to them again. And the one I wanted to talk about today, because I found it quite interesting, I've listened to a bunch of them, but the one I wanted to talk about today was a recent one where they talked about Wikipedia. And I've had an interest in Wikipedia for a long time because I use it a lot, of course, as we all do, but also because I find it impossible to understand how it works. There was a long time ago, in fact, when I shot 1 or 2 YouTube videos of my own. I was trying to develop this almost like a comedy series similar to Stuff You Should Know, where 2 people would be talking about something that exists that doesn't make any sense at all, because for me, most everything in the world doesn't make sense. I find it very difficult to understand how it ever came to be, because it seems way too complicated. Like, and this is going to be really hard to explain, but my idea was, let's say something exists today and we all accept it as normal. It just is. But if you went back 20 years and someone told me about their idea for this thing, I would tell them, forget about it. It's never going to work. It's impossible. So it's not even hard to figure out an example of what I'm talking about. Let's say, for example, electric scooter rentals. Like you see these in cities all over the world now. Kuala Lumpur has them, where you see these electric scooters that are just sitting at the side of the road, and anybody can go up to it, scan something with their phone, pay to use it for a couple of hours, ride around on this scooter, and then just park it and walk away. And if someone said to me 10 years ago, I've got this great idea, what we do is we get 100 scooters, 500 scooters, and we make an app that people can put on their phone, and we just park these scooters all over Kuala Lumpur, and anybody can use them. You just get on the scooter, you ride it across the city, you get off and you leave it there and you walk away, and then you pay $1.50. And if someone told me they had this idea, I would have said, you are nuts. Are you insane? That will never, ever work. And it seems obvious to me why it wouldn't work. For example, you just leave the scooters all over the city, anywhere you want. People are just going to destroy them. They're going to be smashed to pieces. Vandals are going to pick them up, throw them in the lake, throw them in the river. They're going to grab them, smash them on the ground. They're going to spray paint them. Your scooters are going to get destroyed by vandals. People are just going to leave them in places, and they're just going to lie there rusting and get abandoned. How are you going to charge them? People are going to pay to rent your scooter. Now they're going along and the battery's going to run out, and they're going to get angry with you. How in the world are you going to keep all of these scooter batteries charged up? It's going to be impossible. Insurance. Somebody gets on your scooter, they go out into traffic, they get killed, or they cause an accident, people get injured. Everybody's going to sue your company. How in the world can you deal with this in terms of insurance and liability? I could go on and on and on about why this will never work. It's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. It's impossible. But of course, it exists. I don't know how it exists. I don't know how they solved all of these problems, but they did. And these electric scooter rentals are in major cities all over the world. And apparently these companies, I'm sure they have their problems, but they're all working just fine. But 20 years ago, if you told me about this idea, I would have just laughed it off and said, oh, give me a break. So Wikipedia fits into that category. If you went back, I don't know when Wikipedia began, back in the 1990s, I think. If you went back to the internet would have to exist, of course, but we go back in time to a time when the internet was real and it was relatively common, but there was no Wikipedia, and some guy in a bar just sits there and we're having a beer and he says, listen, Doug, I've got this great idea. I've got this idea for an online encyclopedia called Wikipedia. And the way it works is that volunteers everywhere in the world, they make the encyclopedia entries themselves as volunteers. And I would look at the guy and say, you're nuts. Never. What? That's impossible. It's never going to happen. For one thing, why would people volunteer their time to make encyclopedia entries? How in the world are you going to convince thousands and thousands of people to spend all day going onto Wikipedia, writing articles, reading articles, editing them, correcting the facts? Obviously, this is not going to work. People don't do things for free. People get paid to do things. They're called jobs. This is never going to work. Plus, if anybody in the world, like anyone, can just go onto Wikipedia and edit articles, change them, obviously people are just going to treat it like a joke. Everybody is going to go into Wikipedia and change all the information to incorrect information. So obviously it's going to be a failure. There's going to be a Wikipedia entry about Planet Doug, and then someone's going to go in there and say, oh, Planet Doug, he's a 10-year, they're going to change all the facts. They're going to say I'm 10 years old and that I'm from Bulgaria and that I was born in an igloo. Everybody's just going to go in there and make jokes and change everything. And there's going to be full of, nothing is going to be correct. Everything's going to be a joke. And the whole thing will just be torn apart by online vandals. It's never going to work. Plus, how do you deal with copyright issues? How do you get information, put it into Wikipedia? How do you avoid libel? Someone can write something about Taylor Swift on her page that is a complete lie, and then Taylor Swift is going to sue Wikipedia for libel because everything they said about her was wrong. How are you going to deal with libels, lawsuits, everything like that? I would tell this guy in the bar, no way. Wikipedia will never, ever work. That is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. And yet, Wikipedia today is one of the biggest successes on the internet. It's one of the most popular websites of all time. And it works. The Wikipedia system works. So I've been thinking about that for years and years and years and years, for decades actually, ever since Wikipedia has become a thing. And then, so Stuff You Should Know made this podcast about Wikipedia, about its history, about all of the major events, all of the people who founded it, all of the infighting, because there was infighting between the founders, struggles with control over Wikipedia, the finances and the policies and things like that. It was a fascinating podcast to listen to, and I won't go into all those details because it's too complicated. But the one thing that jumped out at me, itchy nose all the time, the one thing that jumped out at me was this idea and a principle that maybe explained why Wikipedia actually works. And it's to do with human psychology. And when they talked about this principle, I can't remember the name of the principle, unfortunately. I tried to find it again, but I haven't been able to find it online. But it's this idea that as human beings, we have a powerful instinct to correct people. We want to be right. And we get an immense amount of pleasure about knowing the answer to someone and correcting someone else. And this principle has a big impact on why Wikipedia works. And they were talking about this, and it was like a light bulb went off in my head. And it was like, ah, right. That makes a lot of sense to me. And the idea is, say, if you want to know the answer to a question, and since I'm here in Vietnam, I can use as an example, I want to know the year that the Vietnam War ended. And I could go on to the internet in some forum, in a YouTube video, somewhere, anywhere, in a comment, and I could say, when did the Vietnam War end? I put that question out there, nobody will reply. People who know the answer, they can't be bothered to answer your question because you just said, when did the war end? And you won't get any answers. But then you can do it differently. You can say, when did the Vietnam War end? Was it 1975? And then you'll get a few more answers because people are proud that they know the answer. Yes, it was in 1975, and they will confirm that your answer is correct because it makes them look good. They know the answer. So you get a few more answers. But then if you say, when did the Vietnam War end? Was it 1981? Then you'll get many, many, many more answers because you are wrong and people can correct you. You ask, when did it end? Was it 1981? People will say, no, it wasn't 1981, it was 1975. So now you get more answers, and then you take it to the extreme and you just put out a statement. You say the Vietnam War ended in 1981. Put that out there on the internet. Now you will get thousands of replies. Everybody will correct you. Oh, you idiot. No, you're wrong. Everybody wants to correct you. The war didn't end in 1981. The war ended in 1975. Everybody will want to fix your mistake. So if you want to know the answer to a question, according to this principle, the best strategy is to give a statement with the wrong answer. That is your quickest path to people giving you the right answer. And it was like, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. And the stuff you should know, podcasters and the experts say this is a big part of why Wikipedia works, because people love to be right and they love to correct people who are wrong. So that if you put something into Wikipedia, the Wikipedia page about the Vietnam War, and on that page you write the sentence, the Vietnam War ended in 1981, that statement will be there for like a millisecond, because you're talking about the entire population of the world, of course. People are going to see it, they see that it's wrong, and there will be a stampede of people who want to correct it, because people want to be correct. They want to be recognized as knowing the right answer. And that is basically how Wikipedia works. That's why the information on Wikipedia is, for the most part, correct and accurate. Because, of course, they have the guidelines and they have the policies where there have to be sources, of course. If you put something on Wikipedia, you have to cite the source where that information came from, and that controls it to a certain extent. But if people are just joking around, or they're idiots and they don't know the answer, and people start posting things that are wrong, the people who are experts in that field, or who think they are experts in that field, are eager to correct you, because that's part of human nature. And because of this principle of human psychology, that explains why Wikipedia is as good as it is and contains basically accurate information. Our human instinct to correct other people. I found that really fascinating. So that was my one Planet Doug behind the scenes podcast story. But I recommend stuff you should know highly. Very enjoyable podcast just to have playing in the background. You learn all kinds of interesting things. And they do long form podcasts, and they do short ones as well, little tidbits of fascinating information. And you just learn all kinds of things you should know, stuff that you should know. So yeah, there you go. Moving on to the reinstated Planet Doug pop culture roundup for behind the scenes. I haven't been talking about pop culture at all, or at least very much, for a long time, mainly because I had so many other things to talk about. But anyway, in the background, when I'm waiting for my laptop to export a video or copying files and I can't do anything else, I often have my tablet set up on the side somewhere, and it'll be playing some kind of a movie or a TV show. One of my main loves in life, pop culture. I love a good movie, love a good TV series, and as I've often said in the past, I think right now we're in a golden age of television. There is no end of high quality television available from countries all around the world. It's amazing. And for me, I prefer TV shows over movies now. If I have a choice, I'll watch a TV series instead of a movie. Certainly all the big movies coming out of Hollywood, places like that, are all very disappointing to someone like me. You can still find very good movies, and I'll be talking about a couple of them, I think. But in general, I think you get a better percentage of really good experiences if you focus on television now as opposed to movies. It's really just more of a form factor, to be honest, because the TV series are filmed like they're movies. Basically, the same cinematography, the same level of acting, the same level of everything, the same production value. But it just happens to be a much longer story told over many episodes and even over many seasons, whereas a movie is generally just one thing. So essentially, TV shows are as good as movies, but a lot longer, and that is a big advantage to me. So I gravitate towards TV shows. One that I watched recently that made a big impression on me that I'm still thinking about all the time is something called Dark Matter. And there's only been one season of it. It's unclear whether there will be a second or a third. It is a perfect plot, a perfect setup for multi-seasons. They could easily do a season 2 in terms of the storytelling, but it is very much a single story in season 1. They could end it now and it would be almost perfect. They could go on to a season 2 easily, but I could see so many difficulties in doing that. It doesn't need a season 2, but as I said, from the plot structure point of view, from the point of view of the characters and their stories, there's tons of possibilities for a season 2. They could go in so many different directions. It stars Joel Edgerton, I think. He plays a man named Jason, who I'll call Jason 1. And then he's married to Jennifer Connelly's character. I think her character's name is Daniela, and then they have a son. And the story, I'm going to be spoiling the entire show, by the way, so if you don't want to know anything about it, stop listening now. This is your spoiler warning. I'm not going to deliberately tell everything, but I'm also not going to avoid giving away plot elements and storylines and things like that. I'm just going to talk about it off the top of my head, and whatever I say. I'm not going to worry about spoilers. So that is your spoiler warning. I'm probably going to spoil everything. So skip ahead now if you don't want to know what the TV show is about. Okay, you're still here? All right. So Dark Matter is based in the idea of the multiverse. And in a way, I can understand a lot of people giving out a groan when they hear that. It's like, the multiverse again, because the multiverse has been a darling of entertainment for quite a while now, with all the Marvel movies, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and even Rick and Morty, entirely based on a multiverse. We've been seeing a lot of multiverse stuff, and some shows do it better than others. but I wouldn't groan too loudly because dark matter's take on the multiverse is unusual and exciting, adds a lot of new ideas and a lot of new thoughts. Even to someone like me, it surprised me at the end of the show very, very much. So basically, and also what I really like about the show, okay, it's a science fiction show. It's got great characters, great acting, great story. It's suspenseful, it's surprising. It has all these amazing elements, but it's also more than science fiction. It's based on a very popular, a favorite topic of mine, one of life choices and perhaps regret. Making choices in life, and what does that mean? I've always been a huge fan of movies like Sliding Doors, for example. That's probably one of the very first ones that did it. A classic example of your main character, their life splitting into two paths, and then which path is the better one. And then when you're on one path, the other path always looks so much better to you. But had you chosen that path, now the other path looks like that one is the better one. That's where the idea of regret comes in. For me personally, I know I can't win. It's impossible for me to win, and I've just given up on the entire idea that every choice I've ever made in life, echoing George Costanza from Seinfeld, has been wrong. Every choice I've ever made has been 100% wrong. Because whatever I choose to do, it seems like a mistake, and the other option now seems like that would have been a better choice. But I know, based on my glass half empty mentality, had I chosen the other option, now that one would have felt like the mistake, and the other choice looks like it would have been the better one. So the way my brain works, everything I've ever done has been wrong, and I regret every choice I've ever made. And I've just come to terms with it. I've just given up on the entire idea. But I do love that as a theme in movies. I think there was a Nicolas Cage movie called Family Man, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't looked this up, so I could be wrong. But I think Nicolas Cage, he was regretting his entire life because he chose a path that led to living alone, being a bachelor, being extremely rich, extremely successful. But then he started to wonder, had he missed out on the best things in life? And then something magical happens, and he got ported over to another reality where he actually got married and had a family. So he got to live that life. And then I believe the way that movie went, when he first woke up as a family man, he hated it. He missed his old life, and he couldn't stand children and all the responsibilities of having a family. He was missing his freedom and independence, his carefree, rich bachelor life, and he wanted desperately to get back to that life. But I think the movie ended on the idea that his rich, successful bachelor life was empty and shallow, and he learned to appreciate the human connections of having his own family. So I think that's, most of these movies kind of go in that direction eventually. But anyway, there's a whole genre, there's a whole world of movies like that where characters get to choose between two different realities or see them and make choices and form opinions about what was the best path for their life. And Dark Matter is all about that because the main character, Jason, was a physicist, a genius, and at one point in his life, he had to make a decision, either get married, marry Daniela, the love of his life, or let her go and focus on his physics and his career ambitions. And Jason 1 chose the woman, chose to get married, had a family, and he became a university professor, which I always find these things interesting in movies too, where they present certain things as a failure, but of course it's all relative. But for Jason 1, being a university professor was sort of a lowly thing. It was like a sacrifice he made to be only a university professor. Of course, for 90% of the world, people like me, a university professor, wow, that's a major achievement. That would be like a pinnacle of success. But for this Jason, it was a sacrifice and was considered to be something of a failure. And then when he meets up with his friends or things, it's a little bit embarrassing to admit, yeah, I'm just a professor. And I always think, just a professor, what are you talking about? But for him, it felt like he gave up on something that could have been much more amazing. He gave up an amazing life in order to be a family man. Enter the multiverse, because this movie or this TV show just accepts that the multiverse exists, and there is a parallel universe with another Jason. Call him Jason number 2, and Jason number 2 made the opposite choice. He did not marry Daniela. He broke up with her, did not get married, did not have children, and he pursued his physics. And because he's a genius, he invented an amazing device, and he became rich and famous. He was a very famous, very powerful, very rich person in his world. However, Jason 2, even though he'd achieved all this success, he never stopped thinking about Daniela and regretting and wondering, did he make the right choice? And he eventually decided that he had made a mistake, and because the device he invented allowed him to travel between universes, he came up with this idea, and this is the big spoiler coming up, though I think I saw it in the marketing material, like movie or TV show descriptions and things, so maybe it's not a huge spoiler. But anyway, Jason number 2 invented a box. The box allows him to go inside the box, and then inside the box, he is in what they call in physics superposition, where all possibilities of reality are available, and the box presents it to his mind as a series of doors. So inside this box, he sees an infinite hallway with an infinite number of doors, and behind each door is a new universe. And then he was able to find a universe where he, Jason number 1, chose to marry Daniela and have a family, and he decided he wanted to hijack that life. So he went to that universe, he kidnapped Jason 1, drugged him, and brought him into the box and brought him to his universe, left him there, and then he took over the life of Jason number 1. So does that all make sense? Jason 1, family man. Jason 2, rich, successful inventor. And then Jason 2 just switched places with Jason 1. So now he took over the life of Jason 1, and then Jason 1 woke up, and he was in a parallel universe, and he knew nothing about it. So was he going insane? What was happening? And then the storyline kicks off from there. But what's I found quite fascinating about the story in terms of regret and making choices is that Jason number 2, he was jealous of Jason number 1, and he wanted his life. It seemed like a better life to him. But as soon as he was there, he couldn't help but blow it up because it just didn't suit him. His real character came out. So I loved this scene. It was probably my favorite scene in the whole TV series, though it really wasn't an important one. It just appeals to my twisted perspective on things, where Jason number 2, he went to work as a university professor. And at first he was so happy that, oh, now I have a family, I have a regular job, I have a regular life. Isn't this wonderful? But then he goes into his university classroom and starts teaching, and all the students are typical university students. They're not paying attention. Everybody is on their laptop or their phone. They're all talking amongst themselves, and they're all just basically idiots, rude, not paying attention in his class. And at the very beginning, he tries to impose some kind of discipline. He's looking at all the students, and he's like, hey, focus on me, you put that away, you put that away. And he's trying to inspire and help these students pay attention and learn something. But of course, these are just typical moronic university students, and they're just not paying attention. And then Jason number 2 almost instantly just went, what am I doing? And he just walked out of the classroom and he quit. I think it was on his very first day. He walked in thinking, oh wow, I'm going to be a university professor. This is going to be wonderful. The second he encountered the reality of what that actually meant, he just quit, just walked out of the room and said, forget this. And he just quit his job right away because he had a taste of freedom and independence and being a multimillionaire. And now he was in a world where he had bills to pay and a job that was very stressful and responsibilities. And suddenly he was realizing very quickly, maybe this life isn't as good as I thought it was. The grass always looking greener on the other side of the fence. And then as soon as he quit his job as a professor, he just went back to his old ways, his old Jason 2 ways, and he just started wheeling and dealing and connecting with old people that he knew, making deals with them, and suddenly he had millions and millions of dollars in the bank, and he told his wife, yeah, I quit my job as a professor, but look, we have $100 million in the bank, we can do whatever you want, you can quit your job, you can go back to being an artist. And he basically took everything in Jason 1's life and blew it all up and tried to recreate it so that he was living his old life, that of a rich, successful inventor. So his idea was he'd made a mistake in life. He should have married Daniela. So he went back to that universe, took over that life. But as soon as he had it, he thought, this isn't actually as good as I thought it was going to be. And he just started to change everything in that life because he didn't like it. And he had an interesting thought process in my mind too. I mean, he was an evil person on the face of it, right? Because he kidnapped a human being, took them out of their universe and dumped them in an alternate universe. And that would be, that's a crime. And it's an evil thing to do. But in his mind, he thought he was doing a good thing because he was taking Jason 1 and transporting him to a world where he was a fabulously wealthy, successful, famous person with all the freedom to do anything he wanted. And he thought, he's going to like that. He's going to wake up in my old life as a rich, famous person, successful person. So obviously I'm doing him a favor. But of course, Jason number 1 woke up in this other universe and he just freaked out and didn't like it. And the entire plot of the TV show is around Jason number 1 trying to get back to his universe in order to fight Jason 2 and get his family back and get his old life back. And that's so Jason number 1 figures out how to use the box, go into the box, and now he's faced with an infinite number of doors, an infinite number of realities, and now he has to figure out where his old life is located. He has to find his old universe based on an infinite number of choices. So he's got to open all these doors, door after door after door, looking for his particular universe, the one he came from. And that's where all of the plot comes in and all the excitement and all the suspense. And I was going to talk about all that and the ending of it, but I don't think I will, so maybe I won't spoil it as much as I thought. That's as far as I think I'll go with the show. But yeah, I recommend it highly. Very thought-provoking for me, very well done. I had some issues with it, I suppose. In particular, I thought it could have gone on a lot longer, a lot longer. And the wind-up of the show, the finale and everything seemed to come too fast for me. They could have extended it for at least double the length, I think, double the number of episodes. They could have had so much fun with it because it essentially has the perfect structure for an endless TV show. And it's a little bit like, say, Quantum Leap or something like that. In Quantum Leap, the main character basically He doesn't go from universe to universe, I don't think, but he goes from body to body. He just keeps being inserted into someone else's brain, and that person has a problem they need to solve, and he helps them solve the problem, and then he leaps into the body of another person and another, and sort of it basically, that storyline allows you to tell a new story every single week for infinity. Or you have something like the classic, the old Incredible Hulk TV show, where the Hulk, or Bruce Banner, travels to a new city every single episode, and in every city he has a big adventure, and then he fixes the problem. He's the hero there, and then the next episode he travels to a new town and he has a new adventure. Kung Fu, the old show where Kwai Chang Kang, the Kung Fu expert, he basically is wandering from city to city, and in every city he has a new adventure, new bad guys to defeat, and then it basically has infinite possibilities because the show is not based in a specific location. They can introduce a new location every single week, and then you can do that. You could have done that with Dark Matter, because every single door that he opens is a new universe, and he can enter that universe, have a big adventure, have success or failure, whatever happens in there, and then he can go back through the door, and then the next episode, next week, he opens another door. So there's basically infinite plot lines. So the show could have gone on forever without any trouble at all. But they did wind it up. They tied up all the loose ends in a very imaginative and surprising way. Took me completely by surprise, though I don't know if I really like what happened at the end or not. It was a very strange thing and left me thinking. It didn't really explain it that well. And there was even confusion about the Jasons. Yeah, I won't talk about it any more than that, but it was a very good show. There was sort of a pet peeve of mine that came out of watching this show, however. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a little quirk that I have, and I've seen it in so many TV shows recently and so many movies where there's some kind of a romance involved, where a man is trying desperately to get back to the woman of his life. In this case, Jason trying so desperately to get back to Daniela. And there's this idea that, it's a love for the ages kind of thing. And all, like Jason 1, Jason 2, they're basically fighting over this woman. They basically all want to be married to Daniela. And yet, in the show itself, Daniela didn't seem all that much of a prize to me. In a way, I was on the side of Jason 2 when he sent Jason 1 to his reality where there is no Daniela and he's not married. I was thinking, boy, you dodged a bullet, because they went on and on about, oh, Daniela, I have to get back to Daniela, my wife, my love, Daniela, Daniela, Daniela. And anytime any one of the Jasons was around Daniela, all she did was nag them and criticize them and tear them down and fight them. And I don't know. This is just a pet peeve of mine, I guess. I was thinking, the guy wanted so desperately to be with Daniela, and I'm thinking, why? I mean, just get the heck out of there, because this woman didn't seem all that much fun to be around. Everything that either Jason did, Daniela had a problem with it, and every time one of the Jasons came home back to the house, Daniela was there giving them a hard time about something. And then the son was giving him a hard time. Everybody was giving him a hard time. And I was thinking, if I were Jason 1 or Jason 2, I'd look around and go, oh man, I have an infinite number of universes to choose from. I'm out the door. I'm giving up on this reality. Anybody else can have Daniela. I mean, anyway, she didn't seem like such a wonderful woman to be around day in and day out, always criticizing, always causing trouble. And I thought, I don't know, I don't get the attraction. Anyway, that was kind of a a funny perspective I had on the show. Somehow it seemed like in order to support this idea that this life with Daniela was so amazing that you had to fight so hard to get back to it, they should have softened her a little bit, just made her a little bit more likable, more of a nice person, a warm person that you'd want to get back to. And I didn't feel it throughout the entire show. So sometimes when Jason was fighting so hard for Daniela, and I was thinking, well, she's not much of a prize, buddy. Maybe you're better off just going back to a different universe. Anyway, so that is Dark Matter, one of the shows I've watched, and clearly I'm still thinking about it, and I'm definitely going to watch it again because there's a lot of plot elements you can easily miss, and I'd like to watch it again, but I'm going to give it some time before I go back and watch it a second time. So, Dark Matter, pretty good. So that was a TV show that I liked, Dark Matter. Now I'm going to follow that up with a movie that I liked very much. I don't know if it would have wide appeal, considering it's a Japanese anime, and that is not everybody's cup of tea. But I'm a big fan, for example, of Miyazaki. And then when I came across this movie called Suzume, to be honest, when I first saw it, when it first started popping up on the internet, I thought it was another Miyazaki film. I thought, oh, this is the new film from Miyazaki. I really want to watch this, called Suzume. And it turns out that that makes a lot of sense because the actual creator of this movie is a man called, it was written and directed by Makoto Shinkai. And I don't think I'd ever heard of him, but apparently he's made a lot of very successful, very popular anime movies, but I wasn't aware of him, but he has sometimes been called sort of the new Miyazaki. He's a younger man, and even when I watched Suzume, the whole time I kept thinking, are you sure this is not a Miyazaki movie? Because it very much felt like one to me. Anyway, so it's very similar to Miyazaki films, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, My Friend Totoro, My Neighborhood. I think it's called My Friend Totoro, which I love very, very much. I love Miyazaki's movies, all of them. So this one, Suzume, anime, I'll read a little bit from like the Wikipedia summary, is a 2022 Japanese animated coming-of-age fantasy adventure film written and directed by Makoto Shinkai. The film follows 17-year-old high school girl Suzume Iwato and young stranger Suta Munakata, who team up to prevent a series of disasters across Japan by sealing doors from the colossal supernatural worm that causes earthquakes after being released. Yeah, it says she's 17 years old. To me, she seemed younger than that in the movie, quite a bit younger. But I think that's common in Japanese anime. The female characters tend to look very girl-like, even if they're older teenagers. They look very, very young. But anyway, Suzume is the main character, and it has a lot of elements that I love in any kind of a movie. The idea of a young girl, 17-year-old girl, she's living an ordinary life on her way to school, and then she sees the stranger. And the stranger is like a classic stranger, obviously, because this is the type of movie it is. He, whatever his name is, I better get his name, I'm probably going to mention him a few times, Suta. From the movie, I never really learned his name, to be honest, but Suzume and Suta. But anyway, Suta is gorgeous as a young man. He's cool and he's hip. He's got the long hair. He's wearing cool clothing, and he's the hero. And it turns out that Suta is the member of a family that throughout history has been given this task of fighting this evil worm that lives under Japan. And when the worm emerges from the underworld, the worm goes up into the sky. I guess I'm giving spoilers here, so spoilers again. And then if the worm collapses, falls onto Japan, it causes an earthquake. And Suta's family has been given the task of keeping the worm trapped in the underworld. And the only way the worm can come into the real world is by going through these almost magical doorways, which are portals between the underworld and our world. And then Suta is tasked with finding these doors and closing them. And that requires sort of a combination of magic and knowledge and physical strength and determination and basically being a hero. And Suzume meets this drop-dead gorgeous hero with the long locks of black hair and the cool clothing and walking down the street, and he's looking for a doorway in that neighborhood, and then she ends up teaming up with him, and then she becomes part of the adventure of finding these doorways and keeping them closed against the worm from the underworld. And it's a beautiful movie, as all of these ones are. Extremely imaginative. I love the story. There were real stakes in the story, and it was funny, very, very funny. I read an article the other day that talked about the script and the writing of it as it goes through all the stages. The original script by the director, and then he gives it to the studios and the producers and the guys who are going to pay for it. And of course, they want to change this and change that to make it more commercially attractive. And then the director fought back against it, and it came up with some ideas and compromises. It was quite interesting because the director, writer, he didn't want any kind of a romance because that's been done to death, and he didn't want to do it. But then when the money people read the script, they're like, we need a romance, we need a hero, we need the girl to fall in love with the hero, we have to have a will they, won't they fall in love sort of tension in the movie, we want the romance. And then eventually the writer director, what is his name again? I don't have these names in my head. Makoto Shinkai, I'll just call him Shinkai. Shinkai agreed to do that, but with certain conditions. And I loved the condition that he set. And to me, it kind of makes the movie special because there is a moment where the Suta is turned into a chair. There's a magical creature involved, and then this magical creature takes our hero, the good-looking hero, and turns him into a three-legged chair. And it's just so funny because now we have this three-legged chair that can actually move. It can run around on its little legs, has two little eyes on the backrest of the chair, so it looks like a face. And it can speak, it can talk, and it can move, but it is basically a chair the size of a child, like a child's chair. And that chair comes into the plot as very powerful, emotional significance for the characters and for the plot as a whole. But I guess it was his idea, the writer-director's idea, Shinkai's idea, because they were thinking, well, what can he turn into? We can turn him into this, into that, some kind of a humorous thing or a serious thing. And he just came up with this idea of a chair. And then that really made the movie for me, to have this chair running around all the time. And it made it very quirky and very fun. One interesting thing in it, though, I've seen it not just in Miyazaki films, but I've seen it in a lot of Japanese entertainment in general. They're fascinated with abandoned structures. And I don't know why that would be in Japan. Of course, Miyazaki is famous for that. You know, in Spirited Away, the entire movie takes place in an abandoned theme park. And the abandoned theme park is now a bathhouse for spirits, for the spirit world. And our heroine in Spirited Away goes into the spirit world where this abandoned amusement park is, and she has all her adventures there. And then now in this movie, in Suzume, they're also going from abandoned structure to abandoned structure, amusement parks, saunas, things like that, where there might be an old amusement park abandoned and rusting, and trees and vines are growing over, and there will be a door in there, and that door is like a magical portal between the underworld and the real world. But yeah, they seem to be fascinated with this idea of abandoned structures. And I don't know, I don't think of Japan as having a lot of them. I think of Japan as being almost this perfect world where everything is nice. There are no abandoned buildings, empty lots, things out in the countryside that are rusting and falling apart. I feel like anything like that in Japan would be torn down and removed until there's no trace of it left, and something new and beautiful would be built there. But they do have this idea of abandoned buildings in all these movies, particularly these anime movies. And I wonder if is that real in Japan, or is that something that just resonates with a Japanese audience? I don't know. But anyway, Suzume, which I enjoyed very much. This next movie I'm going to talk about, I don't have as much to say, I don't think. I actually forgot that I had watched it, to be honest. It didn't really stick in my mind that much for reasons I'll explain in a minute, but it connects with Suzume because Miyazaki also released a new movie, a new anime movie that is in the same style of his previous ones that I like so much. And I watched it, and apparently it's very popular, extremely successful. Everybody loves it. It's called The Boy and the Heron, or The Boy and the Gray Heron, something like that. Anyway, it's about a boy and a heron, and it has a lot of classic Miyazaki elements that I love. I love the animation. I love the focus on simple day-to-day events. So the film itself and the filming technique is very patient. It really takes its time, and I love that in a movie, because the opposite is true in most popular, like a Marvel movie or something like that, big blockbuster films. They have this philosophy these days where they have to grab the audience by the throat with an explosion or a fight right at the opening of the movie, and then they can never let up. It's just like bang, 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 action, action, action all the time. And it never slows down, and the scale is always so huge where the entire universe is always at stake. And that can be exhausting after a while, and the stakes are just too big, and there's too much going on. But in a Miyazaki movie, life slows down. And it is set, The Boy and the Heron is set in World War II in Japan, which is fascinating, right in the middle of the war. So it's not the end of the war or the beginning of the war. There's no big drama going on. They don't talk about the war for the most part. It's just that's the context of it. Japan during the war, where clearly most of the men are off fighting, and then what's going on in Japan, where the men are off being soldiers, and it focuses. That's just sort of a steady heartbeat in the background. Japan in wartime, where the war is not the focus or anything, but you're aware that that is the context. And it's the story of a father and his son. The mother died, so it's just the family consists of just the father and the son, and they move from Tokyo into the countryside, into an old family estate. And again, that kind of ties in with what I was talking about with Miyazaki and Shinkai. They're so much about abandoned buildings, old buildings. And that comes into this story, though this family estate is not abandoned, but it is an old house with all that that implies. And then the pace of life, of course, back in World War II was very slow. And then the movie would often just slow down to a crawl, in fact, and then say, you might have a long sequence of the boy just waking up in the morning and putting on his shoes. And then the camera will focus on just the shoes or the slippers, and you see the tiniest detail of his foot going into the slipper, and then the heel popping into the heel part, and then you kind of move to get your foot comfortable, and then the next foot comes down and then pops into place. Just little details, serving tea, focusing on the teapot, and then the pouring of the tea. Just little daily events are focused on in Miyazaki films, and I really love that. I love the slow pace, I love the cinematography, I love the focus on small daily events. I enjoy that quite a bit. And I love the movie from the point of view of the characters. They're very interesting characters, all of them. And I didn't think of it until just now, but they really respect people as characters in reality, in that you don't really know all of them. So I think in a lot of Hollywood movies or modern movies, you're supposed to know everything about these people. It doesn't give characters any privacy at all. But in this film, and in a lot of these anime movies, now that I think about it, we don't know a lot about some of the characters. So, for example, the hero is the boy, and his father plays a big role, and we see his father moving in and out of the story, but we don't really know a lot about the father. The story and the camera keeps a respectful distance from him. And we kind of know that he's important, he's wealthy, he's respected, and he seems to be working at a factory, and the factory is making something for the war effort. And we kind of know that, but since the movie is from a boy's point of view, that's as far as the storytelling goes. And I find that so realistic, because as a young child, you don't know what your father is doing. Your father is this big, powerful, force in your life, but at the same time, he's very distant. He's far away, and you don't really know what's going on with your father. He gets in the car in the morning, back in Canada, and then he goes off to work, and he does something all day. But as a child, you don't know what he does. You don't know where he goes. All you know is he's gone during the day, and at the end of the day, he comes back again. And that's how the father is in The Boy and the Heron. He's out there doing something very important. He has his own struggles, his own problems, his own emotions, all his own activities. He's living this rich, full life off camera somewhere, and the boy is sort of aware of it and sort of not aware of it. And then from the storytelling point of view and the camera's point of view, we don't really know either, and we don't need to know. We don't need to know everything about everybody in the movie. I noticed that. And what I liked about the movie was the imagination, where in a Miyazaki film, and Japanese anime in particular, they're so imaginative in the characters and the world building, because they always go into a fantasy world. Suzume, of course, we're dealing with the underworld, the afterlife. I think they call it the ever after, where souls go, and the worm lives in this underworld or ever after, and there's fantasy elements. We have a chair, a three-legged chair that runs around and talks. And we have characters that are otherworldly. There's a cat in particular in Suzume that is kind of the, in a way, the comic relief, but also a powerful, almost like a godlike figure. And you really feel sorry for the cat. You can tell it comes from another reality where it's extremely powerful, but you can also really hurt its feelings because it's like a little kitty cat that just wants to be loved. It's just like a very imaginative take on a new kind of character that I've never seen before. And then when this little boy in The Boy and the Heron moves into this countryside estate, there is a heron that's flying around. And as I just assumed from the beginning, based on the movie and the way the heron was introduced, this heron was going to be a creature of beauty and elegance and magic, and was going to be the boy's friend and become a companion to him. And they turned the whole thing on its head, where this heron turned into a monster, sometimes a hideous creature that was just gross almost. And you're like, oh, you can't even look at the screen. What an awful, disgusting, unlikable character it is, and the physical forms that it takes and what it really is. And it's just the imagination that went into that heron's character, and then it becomes likable towards the end. It's just nothing like I've seen in any other movie in my lifetime. And then the world that the boy enters with the heron is, again, an abandoned building. It's this giant tower that has been sealed off, and it's considered to be a dangerous place, and nobody knows about its history. And he goes into the tower and enters a spirit world full of magic and crazy bird creatures in there. It just goes on and on and on. The level of imagination applied just blows my mind. And then I feel so sorry for the animators. How much work goes into animating a movie like that. Really incredible. So it's very worthwhile watching from that point of view. But somehow I didn't really like The Boy and the Heron because I didn't understand the story. I didn't understand what the stakes were. Crazy things were happening all the time inside the tower, inside the spirit world, and in the relationship between the outside world and the tower world. And I didn't get it. I don't think it really made sense at all. You can kind of let it go. You can just say, don't worry about it. Just enjoy what happens. And you can enjoy the movie from that point of view. But in the end, I didn't really understand what was going on. I didn't know what the stakes were. I didn't know what the goal was. The boy had to do something in order to save somebody. And there's all kinds of adventures and things going on. But I didn't really know who was who exactly and what their role was and what they were fighting to do, what the stakes were. I didn't really understand any of it. So it felt like one of those movies where you could have all these crazy, crazy, crazy adventures, and then the movie will end with the little boy waking up in his bed and rubbing his eyes and going, oh, it was all a dream. And you know how in dreams, nothing makes sense. Nothing is logical in a dream. And I thought they were going to do that they were going to cop out at the very end and say, oh, it was all a dream. And it was like, okay, well, then it was pointless. Don't tell me it was a dream. But in the movie, it wasn't a dream. Everything in the movie was real. Everything that happened was real. But it was so dreamlike, where there were no clear stakes. Nothing was at risk that I could figure out. So I was just confused the whole time. And you can see a little bit of that in some of Miyazaki's other movies. If you really get hardcore about it and you look at a movie like Howl's Moving Castle, you can, in the end, think, I don't quite understand what that was all about. But overall, I was pulled into the story because the big thing going on was that we had a little girl in Howl's Moving Castle, of course. She was a little girl, and then because of magic, because of a curse, she was turned into an old woman. So she's a little girl, but in an old woman's body. And now she has to she gets sucked into the world of Howl, this magical being, and his castle that marches across Japan or wherever this place is supposed to be. And she has all kinds of adventures there, and there are problems that need to be solved. But you have this idea that this little girl is trying to get back to her own body. She's trying to break the spell that keeps her as an old woman. And that's what kept me engaged in the story. I knew who she was. I knew what the problem was. And then we introduce Howl himself, the magician, the wizard. And there's a war going on, and the wizard is involved in the war. And there's a lot of stuff, as I said, you can probably nitpick and go, I don't quite understand what's happening here. But overall, when I watch Howl's Moving Castle, I feel like I understand the story, and I feel like I understand what the stakes were. But in The Boy and the Heron, Miyazaki seemed to just let his imagination just go nuts. And whatever idea he had, he threw it into the movie. And by the time he was done, there was a lot going on, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything about the story, really. And then the movie left me a little bit feeling like, well, I could watch it again to enjoy the cinematography, the animation, the characters, but I'm not going to be drawn into the story because I know I'm not going to understand the story, to be honest. But at least in something like Suzume, I did understand. It was grounded in reality. That would be the key concept. Howl's Moving Castle, as much as it's in a fantastical world, we're still grounded in a reality that I can relate to. And in Suzume, it's exactly the same. It's very, very grounded in a reality that I can understand. They go into a spirit world, but the stakes are related to our world. And somehow in The Boy and the Heron, I never really had that feeling. I really didn't. It was a lot of fun. I'd recommend it. I'd watch it again, but it didn't have as big an impact on me as his other films. But maybe I'm missing something because I said it made a lot of money, won every award in the universe, and is got 100% from all the critics. Everybody loves it. So maybe I missed the story elements. Maybe I just didn't get it. So who knows? Maybe I'll watch it again sometime. The Boy and the Heron by Miyazaki. Very good. Recommend it very much. Getting back to TV shows, another show I watched recently that really stuck in my mind for a long time, it's still in my brain, I'm still kicking around thoughts about it, is a show called Eric. E-R-I-C, the name Eric, and it stars, of all people, it stars Benedict Cumberbatch. And I say of all people because in a way he goes against type, and I admire that because I think when you become a big superstar like Benedict Cumberbatch, you kind of want to play good people. He's always the hero, right? And then I think he gets used to that idea, and everybody thinks of him as a likable guy and wants to cast him as a likable character, the hero of the story. But in Eric, for my money, he is profoundly unlikable in very surprising ways. I started watching the show, and to be honest, I mean, I didn't read about it beforehand. I didn't know anything. I went into it pretty much blind, and I started watching the show, and it took me a long time to even realize, oh, that's Benedict Cumberbatch. There was something familiar about him, but he was playing a little bit against type, I thought. And we've got a little bit of a superstar acting in a indie film or something like that, like almost like an art movie. This is like an art TV show. Again, from Wikipedia, maybe that's the easiest way to give a quick thumbnail sketch. It says, Eric is a 2024 British psychological thriller television miniseries created for the streaming service Netflix. It stars Benedict Cumberbatch as a distraught puppeteer whose young son goes missing in 1980s New York City. The script was written by Abby Morgan, with Lucy Forbes directing and Holly Pullinger producing the series. The series was released on May 30th, 2024. So, yeah, it's like a psychological thriller. That's a very important part of it. And it's dark. It's a dark psychological thriller. And Benedict Cumberbatch plays a puppeteer. So think Sesame Street. Think, what's the Jim Henson big series called? I can't remember. But anyway, think Jim Henson and large human-sized puppets and hand-sized puppets, all variety of puppets. That's the character he plays. So Benedict Cumberbatch's character, I don't even know what the name of his character is. Let me look that up first before I start babbling on. I looked it up. So Benedict Cumberbatch, the puppeteer, his name is Vincent. I had no memory of that. It's odd how some TV shows, you remember the name of the character. It's like burned into your brain. Other ones, it seems like for whatever reason, their name just goes right over your head. But anyway, I didn't even know, I have no memory of him being named Vincent. So yeah, Vincent, and his son is Edgar. And those are the two main characters. So, very interesting show. Maybe difficult to talk about as well. New York is practically a character in the show, 1980s New York in particular. I enjoyed that quite a bit. So we're talking about a time when New York was known for crime, high murder rates, high crime rates. You think of the New York subway system as being a dangerous, terrible place. Everything's covered in graffiti. You sort of think about a lot of homeless people living underground in tunnels. It's that New York, and it plays very much a role in the TV series. And Vincent, the puppeteer, he is what you would call a troubled genius. And I find it very, very interesting because I'm also a big fan of Nina Conti. I think that's her name. If you know that name, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't know who Nina Conti is, you're in for a treat. Type that into YouTube. Nina Conti is a British puppeteer, and her puppet, a little hand puppet, is named Monkey. And she's amazing. She's dark as well, as she's a ventriloquist, basically. And in a way, Vincent in this show, Eric, is a little bit of a ventriloquist, though you never see him. He is the creator of a TV show like Sesame Street. And it's an extremely famous, very popular children's show. But the way it works is all the puppeteers are underneath the puppets, and they put the puppet on their hand and they hold it up in the air, and then they voice the character. So they're basically manipulating the puppet up here above them, and when they're speaking into a microphone, so they're doing the voice of the puppet, but you never see the puppeteers. So he's not really a ventriloquist, he's just speaking like the puppet, but the camera is aimed at the puppets, not at the people controlling them, if you see what I mean. So it's a little bit similar, like a ventriloquist, but Nina Conti is a true ventriloquist in that she has Monkey on her hand, and then she talks to Monkey, and the monkey talks to other people. And there's an intriguing psychology going on there where, like, Nina Conti is amazing, where she uses the puppet, she uses Monkey to say everything that pops into her head. The puppet gives her the freedom to just say anything that you would never say in real life. But because she projects onto the monkey that the monkey has the freedom to be rude, to be insulting, to say embarrassing things. So her deep subconscious comes out through monkey. And the monkey is a living creature. You totally believe that monkey is real and that Nina Conti is not actually doing the voice of monkey. It's an extraordinary performance. So as soon as I started watching Eric and Vincent as a puppeteer, I thought of Nina Conti immediately, because, and I guess these are kind of spoilers, I'm telling you the story of the TV series, is that, well, let's go back to Vincent first. I was saying that he's a troubled genius. He invented this TV show with puppets, and the reason he's so good at it is that he's a little bit mentally unbalanced, and he actually is a little bit like Nina Conti in that he projects onto the puppets. And I believe he's had like psychotic breaks in his life where he thinks the puppets are real, and the puppets are actually, he sees them in his mind, and these puppets are like separate from himself and are talking to him. And then he would take this puppet that he imagines and turn it into a real physical puppet. So he has a little bit of a twisted sense of reality where the puppets that he creates for the TV shows are actually imaginary friends that he had as a child that he believed were real. So he has these psychotic breaks. And then in the show, his son disappears. And as I said, he's a troubled human being. He's rude to everyone. He's kind of a hateful person. He's arrogant. He's insulting. He does not suffer fools. He has no sense of politeness at all. He seems to have a lot of anger, a lot of hate. He has big screaming fights with his wife all the time. He's really a horrible, terrible person that you would not want to have as a friend. And I find this show interesting from that point of view because it's very dark, much darker than I expected based on what I knew about it going in. But anyway, Vincent has a huge screaming fight with his wife, and then on that day, his son vanishes on his way to school, disappears. They think he might have been kidnapped, and they're waiting for the kidnappers to ask for a ransom or something. And then that sparks the plot of the series. And a very interesting part of this is that his son Edgar invents his own puppets. And just before he disappeared, he had a notebook, and in his notebook he created a puppet called Eric, which is the name of the show. And Eric is a different kind of puppet. He's not a hand puppet, but a full body suit. So an actor would get into the Eric suit and then be able to walk around. And the idea is, I think, that Eric came out of the boy's subconscious as a result of trauma, emotional trauma, because of his parents fighting all the time, his mother and his father screaming at each other all the time and having these huge fights. And Eric is sort of dealing with this by creating a monster. And this monster puppet, Eric, is his father, basically. So he subconsciously created a puppet meant to be how he views his father, as this horrible, angry monster that comes up from the ground, from underground, from a dark world. And then when he disappears, his father, Vincent, he has this idea that if he physically makes the puppet Eric, because Eric is just a drawing in a notebook, he takes his son's drawings and goes into the workroom at the puppeteer studio and actually uses a sewing machine and material and creates the monster with horns, big teeth, a scary monster. And he thinks that if he makes Eric in real life and gets Eric on the TV show, then his son Edgar will see the monster he created on the television, and then he will come back. So there's this deep psychological layering going on in this show. And then Vincent gets so involved in creating the puppet Eric that he has one of his psychotic breaks, and Eric, the puppet, becomes real. And Vincent and Eric actually walk around the city together searching for his kidnapped son. And of course, the monster, Eric, being a projection of Vincent, is actually telling Vincent some hard truths about how all of this is his fault, that he's a terrible human being, he's a horrible father. You know, Edgar ran away because Vincent is this monster, and that's why. And Vincent goes on this journey looking for his son Edgar, but he's also goes on this psychological journey, coming to terms with what a horrible person he is himself, and what a horrible father he has been. And he has a bit of his puppet Eric, created by his son, helps him learn about himself and try to make amends for all of his horrible behavior. So yeah, it's dark. And then the worlds, in the real world that Vincent goes into, the underground tunnels of drug addicts, mental health problems, criminals, it's a very dark show. And I enjoyed it very much, and I was surprised at how dark it got. And the character Vincent was very disturbing, but also very intriguing. And then the puppet he created, this giant 7-foot monster, Eric, that he created, was also intriguing, very, very interesting. And as a side note, I found the show really interesting because it takes the world of puppeteers very seriously, and it portrays it as a serious art form where there's a struggle between true art and then the people who just want to make money and don't really understand art at all. And of course, Vincent, he's a true artist. So when he creates Eric, the puppet, it resonates. It's real and has an emotional life. But then when the studio executives take over and they create their version of Eric, it's just a money grab. It's just a goofy character that doesn't really resonate with audiences. So you get that struggle between the artists and the money people. They always fight in these worlds. And you get a glimpse into the world of puppeteering just from how it works. They use the vocabulary of the world of puppeteers, the world of puppeteering. And so they have their own language, what I mean. Like each type of puppet, they have a word for it. I'm hesitating here because I'm trying to remember what they call Eric. Like Eric is a kind of puppet that actually walks around and is mobile. And that's a different type of puppet from the one you put your hand into. And they have specific vocabulary to describe this. So as you watch the show, you're introduced to the world of puppeteers, the language they use, the vocabulary they use, how they think. And it turns out that this puppet show for children is much deeper and much more of an art form than you would imagine it is. You actually see what's going on behind the scenes, what it takes to make a puppet show and put it on television. So I found that behind the scenes look at a puppet show also very interesting. However, and there is a big however for me, and that is the show was way too short. And we got to the finale, and for me, the show was just getting underway. It felt to me like the show was halfway through its story, and we should have had another half, but because it's a British show, and British shows are generally very short, I think this one's only 6 episodes. Typical British miniseries are only 6 episodes long, and that drives me crazy. They're just not long enough. I know some people like that, and they criticize American shows for going on too long, but for me, the British shows are just way too short. And then we got to the finale of Eric, and they had one show left, one episode left, and they just wound it all up. And they did it so fast. It was too easy. It was too cute. Everything was just felt slapped together for me. Considering how dark the show was, how much it delved into dark psychology, the subconscious, monsters, family abuse, child abuse, basically, the world of drug addicts, underground worlds, the fight between cities who want to get rid of the homeless. There were so many dark themes in the show. And then we got to the end, and it was all just sort of too easy. Everything worked out easily. There was some tragedy in there, but somehow it felt like a happy ending. They shoehorned in a easy, happy, emotional ending when I thought the show was way too dark for that. It should have been more difficult. It should have taken longer. And yeah, there were consequences. So it wasn't a true happy ending. It's not like everybody lived happily ever after. There were consequences to things that happened, and I appreciated that in the writing. But somehow it still felt like it went too fast and it was too easy. But on the positive side, as I said, this is one of the shows that's just going around and around and around in my head. This Eric puppet made a big impression on me. The character, Benedict Cumberbatch, made a big impression on me because another thing I always end up thinking about in movies and TV shows is how, as a human being, you come back from being evil, or you come back from really doing something bad. And the bad thing you did was not a mistake. The bad thing you did it because of who you are, and you can never get beyond that in reality. So I find a lot of Hollywood movies, TV shows and things, they make it too easy, where you have a character and the character does a bad thing, but at the end of the movie, they redeem them. They say, I'm sorry for what I did, and now I'll make up for it. And then everybody lives happily ever after. But I find in real life, when you do something bad, it's usually because of who you are as a person. You did that bad thing because of who you are. It's a flaw in your character, a bad side to you, and that's why you did it. And you can never get over that. So even if you make amends for the bad thing you did, you can never get past the reality that what you did is because of who you are. It stays with you. And I wonder if someone does something really bad, like for me, when I see a character like Vincent having a screaming fight with his wife, I mean and saying horrible, terrible things and substance abuse, I don't know how you come back from that. Like if you behave that badly to your wife, how could you ever come back? And they do that in these movies. And to be honest, I've never really understood it. I don't understand how anyone could do something like that. Scream such horrible things at the woman in your life, and then you storm out, you get drunk, and then a day later you come back, and then you come back into the apartment, and now you're having breakfast with the woman that you were screaming at 14 hours ago. How do you do it? Like if I ever behaved that badly, I don't think I could ever face that person again. How could you? Because your behavior was so bad, I don't think you could ever come back from it, in my world anyway. But in these movies and TV shows, they tend to come back from it. And here in Eric, he doesn't really come back from what he did. All the horrible things he did, he pays a price for it. But at the same time, the TV show does end with him having a good relationship with his son and with his wife. And there's like a relationship there where they're talking to each other like civil human beings. And then I kind of go, I don't know. Could you? How do you get beyond that? And again, how as a human being do you ever come to terms with this idea that, okay, I behave that way because of the type of person I am? Basically, how could you ever forgive yourself for being that awful? And that kind of sticks with me from this show as well, because in a way you don't have a choice as a human being. No matter how badly you behave, afterward you wake up the next morning, you're still alive. You still got to go have breakfast, you got to do your laundry, you've got to go earn money, you've got to pay rent. Life goes on. Just because you behaved so badly, there's no end to it. The next day, you don't have a choice. Time just continues, and you have to keep living with the knowledge of who you are and what it led you to do. And how do you do that? How do you wake up every morning and go, yeah, I'm a pretty awful person. I did some horrible things, but I still got to go to work now. And I still have to cook breakfast or cook dinner when I get home. And yeah, how do you do that? And I found that element in the movie, in the TV show, Eric. And that darkness in the show I kind of admired. So anyway, that's Eric. Benedict Cumberbatch. I enjoyed it a lot. I was fully pulled into the story, very much engaged. Loved all the characters. I loved Eric, that monster. He lives in my brain now. And yeah, highly recommended. But as I said, the ending for me was a little bit too fast, too happy, too easy. I could have done with another 6 episodes, I think, to really tell that whole story. But hey, yeah, I enjoyed it. Eric with Benedict Cumberbatch. Another new TV series that is sort of kicking around in my brain. I don't have really firm opinions about it yet. I think this show deserves a second watch for reasons that I'll explain as I go. And this show is called Supacell. Again, going back to Wikipedia, Supacell is a British superhero television series. Rapman serves as showrunner, creator, writer, and lead director on the project for Netflix. Sebastian Thiel also directs 3 episodes. I don't know who Rapman is, but it is his show, definitely. He's the showrunner, the creator, the writer, and the director. That's pretty crazy. Premise of the show: a group of seemingly ordinary black people from South London, unified by a family history of sickle cell disease, unexpectedly develop superpowers. They discover each other and fend off entrapment by a secret organization seeking to control them. So right off the top, if you know me at all, you know that that's a description that is designed to get my attention. I love superhero stories, but I particularly like it when ordinary people just develop superpowers. And that's a very common storyline, of course, going all the way back to one of my favorites, Heroes. Love that show. And then you can go on and on. As soon as I started watching Supacell, as soon as I read the description, in fact, it made me think of Misfits, another British show where a group of just ordinary people developed superpowers. And I love Misfits. I love Misfits so much that as soon as I started watching Supacell, and I had a bit of trouble with the show, it just made me want to watch Misfits. It's one of those shows where if I ever watch anything similar to Misfits, the first thing I want to do is stop watching that show and just go watch Misfits instead, because it felt like that show is like an imitation of Misfits, but not as good, right? So it's sort of like, it's that kind of show. But Supacell, right out of the gate, I had trouble with it because I couldn't understand anybody. It's set in South London. It's set in the world of black culture, and the way, the language they use, the vocabulary they used, the accents, particularly when you got into some of the gangs, the black gangs and the street life, that language, how they were speaking, I have no clue what anybody was saying at any time. The other characters, they were also black, but then they were more like nurses and delivery drivers, people like that, and they were speaking in English that I could understand some of the time. But for this show, I really, really needed subtitles because I couldn't really understand what people were saying. The slang and the jargon and the delivery and the accent, I didn't know what people were talking about. And my copy didn't have subtitles, so I was lost a lot of the time. I could understand from the context. I got the sense of, well, must be what they're saying from the context, but overall I couldn't pick out individual words. And the names of the characters, whew, right over my head. I couldn't really even keep track of a lot of the characters. I couldn't tell who was who for the longest time. The male and the female characters, I got confused. And a lot of the storylines I had trouble understanding because I saw something going on and I assumed it was one character, but then, oh, no, that's this other guy. Okay, and I just couldn't keep track of anybody. So I found the show very confusing because it doesn't come from my world at all in terms of the culture, in terms of the music, in terms of the language and slang, things like that. And even the lifestyles. It's just a very, very foreign world to me, and I found it difficult to kind of sink my teeth into it. And I also had trouble with the show. I guess I'm starting off with the things I didn't like rather than the things I did like. So yeah, something else I didn't like that much is the way the characters were always angry with somebody else. Nobody ever supported anybody else about anything. Like there were couples, boyfriends, girlfriends, and say the boyfriend develops a superpower and then he tries to talk to his girlfriend about it and she doesn't want to hear it. She just starts screaming at him and yelling at him and telling him to stop with this. Quit, don't talk about that with me. You were just dreaming, you were imagining things. Oh, you were drinking. You don't know. Oh, just shut up about that. They were just everybody was always fighting with somebody else. And it never seemed to let up. Even the people that you'd think would work together, like, as I said, good friends or boyfriend, girlfriend, husband and wife, father, child, whoever they were, one of them would have a problem, go to the other character and try to talk about it. And rather than supporting them and helping them out and asking questions, they just like, and everybody was just yelling at each other all the time. That's my memory of the show. Maybe I'm imagining how bad it was, but at some point, I wanted them to have some fun. I wanted them to be friendly. I wanted them to like each other, but nobody in the show seemed to like anybody else. And they were just constantly shouting and fighting and insulting and angry. And it just got a bit tiresome after a while. In addition, in terms of the storyline and the characters, that something I didn't like is what I already mentioned. Nobody was having any fun with it. And I always find that, I guess maybe that's from my point of view, because I can guarantee that if I woke up this morning and I discovered I had some kind of superpower, I could go invisible, I could fly, I could travel through time, I had super strength, I could make the best coffee in the universe, some kind of superpower, I'm going to have some fun with it. And yet in this show, where everybody got some kind of an amazing superpower, rather than having fun with it and testing their power and trying to figure out what they can and can't do, finding the limits of their power and doing fun things, it seemed like everybody just wanted to get rid of it. Nobody wanted it, nobody tried it out, nobody explored it. They just wanted nothing to do with their superpower. And I find that to be kind of a missed opportunity. There was a movie Let me have a sip of coffee and try to remember what this movie was called. Just drinking my coffee and looking up information about old movies. You're lucky I came back, because movies like Chronicle, one of my favorite all-time movies, as soon as I start thinking about it, I want to watch it right away. So the fact that I'm not watching Chronicle right now is kind of an achievement. But yeah, in Chronicle, these teenage boys all get superpowers, and then they're teenage boys and they start experimenting with it, playing practical jokes on their friends and on strangers, and just having tons and tons and tons of fun. It's like, man, I can do these crazy things. I've got telekinesis, I can fly, I'm indestructible, whatever their superpower is, they're having fun with it. And of course, things go bad towards the end. I love Chronicle because it develops this sort of like an X-Men theory, like Magneto, who starts to believe that mutants are the next stage in evolution, that they are better than normal human beings, and they end up in conflict. So in Chronicle, they develop this idea that when you get these superpowers, you're like an apex predator now, and then normal human beings are beneath you. They are prey for you, and then things spin out of control. But yeah, they have fun playing around with their powers for a while, and then they realize they can benefit from their powers because they can use their powers to get money, to get girls, to impress people, go to parties and do crazy things. And then of course that leads to trouble eventually. But you got to start off with people having fun. You even think of movies like Shazam, where he gets his superpower to turn into Shazam, but of course he has his sidekick, his friend, and then the two of them go about learning what he can do, testing his powers, stopping criminals, becoming a superhero, having fun with it. Even in Heroes, all the characters use their superpowers for personal gain in one way or another. And then if they're not using it for personal gain, they're testing it, developing their power, trying to figure out what they can and can't do. And that to me is just normal human behavior. And yet you get a movie like Supacell, and all these people find out that they have superpowers, and they freak out. They're horrified, they're traumatized, they want to get rid of the power, and they're constantly yelling at other people, and everybody's fighting about it. And I'm like, come on, can we have some fun with it for at least an episode? We don't have to be screaming and yelling and angry all the time. So I found those elements interfered with my enjoyment of the show. But when you look online, everybody seems to love it. It's a critical darling. People love it, people praise it, all the reviews are positive. And I guess, yeah, I can see the good things in the show. Even though I couldn't keep track of the characters, who they were, what their names were, what they were saying, they are strong characters. It's an introduction to a foreign world, which I enjoy in movies and TV shows. I love getting a peek behind the curtains, but it was a pretty unpleasant world. I do have to wonder what just like Black society or Black culture thinks about a show like this, because all of the characters are Black, and that's related to sickle cell, because as far as I understand it, sickle cell, the medical condition is more prevalent in the Black community than other cultures. So everybody has sickle cell in their family, and that's kind of where the story begins. Your family has to have a history of sickle cell in order for you to develop one of these superpowers. But the world that they show in South London, the gangs, the crime, the drugs, it all seems like a very stereotypical portrayal of Black culture, Black society, particularly from the UK. It certainly doesn't show it in a positive light. There are good people, of course, in the show, good characters, the nurse that I mentioned, the delivery driver, but even I find them to be a little bit unlikable, again, because they're constantly screaming at each other and they're always fighting over something, and they never seem to calm down throughout the entire show. So I do wonder what the overall impression of this show is as it portrays Black society. But great characters, engaging characters, and there's a lot more to the story, because in the first season, again, it was only 6 episodes, which for me was way too short, because there's so much more to the story. The first season, to be honest, it just sort of ended abruptly with no real resolution. Everything that was at stake wasn't resolved. Like, nothing was resolved as far as I can tell. And throughout the entire show, you've got this shadowy organization in the background that is kidnapping people with superpowers and experimenting on them. So you've got a whole sort of, one season of The Boys was all about that. So that is introduced, and we learn a little bit about that society, this evil company that is experimenting on people with superpowers. So we know they exist, and we get a glimpse into their world, but we don't really know what they're doing or what their motivations are. That is left completely open-ended. So we have to have a season 2, because, to be honest, where season 1 ended felt like the halfway point of season 1. It's like they took the first season, the story of the first season, and they divided it in half. 6 episodes, and they just stopped. And now season 2 will have 6 more episodes. But reality, it's going to be the second half of the story that they were telling in season 1. It's not a complete season to me. So yeah, I'm looking forward to season 2. I'm going to watch it. There were some plot surprises along the way that I found interesting. I was taken aback, to be honest, and I was a little bit disappointed as well, because they introduced something at the very, very end about one of the characters, and it completely changed that character. But this new information they introduced wasn't evident at all leading up to that point. There was nothing in the show even hinting that this was a possibility. So I just accepted this person as the character they were, and in the final episode, it was like, oh, that's who, I didn't know that was true about this person. But it makes you rethink the entire show, and a lot of what happened now, you're like, does that even make sense? It feels like this big reveal had to be hinted at on the way to the reveal, because it just comes out of nowhere. I don't know. It's sort of like having a show like Seinfeld for 9 seasons, and at the very last episode, they reveal that George is actually Spider-Man. And you're like, what? What? It's like, okay, he was Spider-Man this whole time, but it feels like if he really was Spider-Man, somehow you would have hinted at that throughout the 9 seasons. It was like, okay, you want to tell me George was Spider-Man all this time? If you're telling me that must be true, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I got that feeling from Supacell. They told me something about this character at the end, and I was like, oh, really? And then I started rethinking the entire plot and wondering how that knowledge now will affect my understanding of what was going on. I had to rethink the whole show. And it was like, okay, I don't know about that. So I did have a lot of problems with the show. However, despite all of that, I recommend it, because it is well done. It's fun, it's interesting, it's exciting, it's suspenseful, and it keeps you in, it's engaging. That's the word I'm looking for. It wasn't, despite all these issues I had with the show, I couldn't wait to watch the next episode. So it was engaging. And to me, that's the key thing about any show. It can have a million problems, but if you're hooked, well, you're hooked. They did something right. They got it. The overall formula, whatever it is, they got it right, because they hooked me as a viewer. If I'm not hooked, well, then there's a real problem. But no, I was hooked by Supacell. And as I said, I couldn't wait to watch the next episode when I had a chance. And I got all the way to the end and enjoyed it all the way to the end. So that's the British hero show, Supacell. mentioned that I think we're in a golden age of television, and the internet helps out with that, because with the internet we have access to TV shows from other countries, from all around the world. And that ties in with another show that I watched recently that I enjoyed very much and is highly recommended. If you like that kind of entertainment, I can understand if someone does not and wants nothing to do with it, because it can be quite unpleasant and quite disturbing at the same time. But this is a German show called Dear Child. The German name is Liebes Kind. I have no German accent either, but kind, Liebes Kind. But the English translation is Dear Child. It doesn't even have a Wikipedia entry that I've been able to find, so I don't think it's widely popular. And it has a storyline, a plot that is relatively familiar to me, probably to a lot of people, if you watch a lot of movies and TV shows, because it's a storyline that is, I don't know, it's very attractive to writers. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I'm curious why it's such a popular storyline. It's a little bit disturbing. But the basic idea is that the story revolves around the disappearance of a young German woman named Lena. And then I think the show opens with finding a young girl and a woman running through the forest, and then they need help, they're in trouble, and then we go to the hospital, the police find them, they're at the hospital, and we find out that they have been held in captivity for years and years and years. So the mystery, the thriller, revolves around some sort of an evil man who abducts women and then holds them captive for years and years and years. And that's the disturbing part. And it's kind of surprising when you think about it that it is a very common storyline. There was a very famous book. Well, this one is also based on a book. The TV series is based on a book, I think, of the same name. And then there was another one called Room. I remember reading the book and being very impressed by the book. Room came at it from a fascinating point of view, an unusual point of view. And but it was also the same story, where a woman was being held in captivity by some sort of an evil man. But you do come across that story a lot. It's fodder for a lot of cheap television, a lot of expensive television, cheap movies, good movies. You come across this idea a lot. So there seems to be this thing out there in the zeitgeist that there's just men all over the world who want nothing more than to, abduct women and hold them captive in a room somewhere. And I find that a little bit weird. I don't think speaking for men, speaking for the vast majority of men, this is not something any of us want to do. So it's not like it's such a common thing, but you see it in pop culture all the time. But anyway, this show, Dear Child, it's in German, so they speak German. As far as I know, the whole thing is in German, and you need subtitles, captions, all that sort of thing. I don't know if there's dubbed versions out there, of course. I wouldn't recommend a dubbed version. A lot of the enjoyment of a show like this is hearing the original language and just reading the subtitles. But yeah, it's quite good, and the mystery is profound. It has layers. There's many layers. You think you know what's going on, but then no, you don't really know. Now you think you know what's going on, but you really don't. Now you think you know. There's many layers to the story, and you don't know everything until you get to the very end. So I found that very well done. The acting by the little girl in particular, her character's name is Hannah, and the acting by Hannah is extraordinary. She's just mesmerizing on screen, and she carries the whole show basically. Whenever she's on screen, you're just hooked completely. But I had two big problems with the show, and again, because it's a European show, it's quite short, so I thought the show wasn't long enough for me, and because it's so short, it felt like they wound it up too quickly. It's like we got to the end of the show, and then it was like, oh, we got one episode left, we got to wind it up, and they just sort of ended everything very, very quickly, and the ending was too easy. I don't know whether they followed the book. I don't know whether the movie or the TV series followed the book exactly. And the other problem I have with the show, again, because it's a European show, similar to British shows, are very, very short. They tend to keep their seasons to 6 episodes, and that's it. And it seems like this could have gone on for double that amount of time. And I certainly would have watched it for 12 episodes, because they seemed like they got to episode 6 and then they realized, oh, we only have one more episode, now we have to wind up the whole story. And they did it very, very quickly. And they did it not only quickly, they did it so easily. It was almost, I get why the ending looks good. I can see how in a book, if you drew it out, it'd be like, wow, that's an amazing ending. I like that. But somehow in video, it was too simple. It was too easy, and it happened too quickly. I didn't get the sense of difficulty or danger or risk in the ending. It just happened, and then it was over, and everybody was just, okay, now we're done. Everything is finished. It just seemed to happen way, way too quickly. It reminded me a little bit of the ending of Game of Thrones, which again happened way too quickly, and it would have been a lot better if it had been extended over time. It's like when Arya defeated the king of the White Walkers, whatever his name was, and just sort of stabbed him, and he died, and that was it. It was all over. It was just like, what? It was that easy? And then in this show, Dear Child, it was also a relatively simple ending. And I thought, yeah, I admired the cleverness of it, the surprising nature of it. But honestly, I was expecting the attempt to defeat the bad guy. I was expecting it to go wrong, and it was going to lead to more complications and more, and it was going to go on. But the very first attempt to defeat the bad guy, boop, he's dead. Okay, it's over. It's like, oh, really? It was that easy? Oh, okay. So it happened way too quickly. And the other issue I had with the show is that the bad guy seemed way too powerful, way too intelligent. He was Hannibal Lecter combined with Lex Luthor, combined with on and on and on. And they built him up and his powers to such an extent that I started to wonder, who the heck is this guy? How can he possibly have done all of this by himself? He seemed to have a power in technology that was almost superhuman, and it was just too much. Yeah, I needed them to explain to me how he was able to do all the things that he did, in terms of setting up booby traps, in setting up surveillance systems, in terms of hacking into security cameras, finding out information, and then the money that would be involved, knowing about military installations, just on and on and on, knowing about how to create landmines and bombs and motion sensor triggers, and just, yeah, I was like, how in the world can one person do all of that and keep an entire family in captivity? It just seems almost impossible to do. Yeah, so I think they did. I mean, if you sat down and wrote it out and you just looked at the things they showed in the TV series, it probably made sense, because as they started to find out who the bad guy is, his history did explain a few things. It was like, oh, he worked for this company. That gave him access to this. And oh, that was his job. And that's how he had the skills, the knowledge to do this. And you could just like, okay, I'm kind of with you, but it felt like it wasn't enough. I needed more to believe that one person could do all of these things on his own and have enough money to do it, because it seemed like it would be very expensive. It would be very costly, and I didn't know where his money was coming from. As the mystery was unfolding, to be honest, I was expecting to learn other things that were talking about an entire organization linked with a corporation or a government or the military, and corruption rises all the way to the top, and there's a bunch of people involved or something, because it felt like there was too much going on. And it turns out, yeah, it was just the one guy, the bad guy, and kind of reminded me of the bad guy. You can, if you say it's a combination of Hannibal Lecter and then say the guy from Seven, played by Kevin Spacey, where he had so many things going on. He was a genius in setting up all of these traps and the gruesome ways that he killed people. He almost seemed superhuman in his intelligence. And you need to put him into Dear Child as well to explain how he was capable of doing all of these things. But anyway, that's another show that I watched. I don't know how I found out about it. I'm often I'm typing into Google the best TV shows, the best foreign TV shows of 2024, things like that. And then I look at all these different shows and end up watching a variety of things. And Dear Child from Germany is one of the shows I watched, and it's recommended. Planet Doug recommended. I liked it with a few caveats, I guess. The things that I mentioned that I thought could be improved. And I think it would have been a lot improved if it was a bit longer, 10 episodes, something like that. But no, quite good. I enjoyed it a lot. So that's Dear Child from Germany. And now on to technology. I moved technology to the end of my BTS video just because if I have it at the beginning, it's like an hour and a half of me ranting about all my problems with technology. And I guess I kind of did it in this video as well, because I opened up talking about my problems, figuring out how to make thumbnails and all of the programs that I tried to use to make thumbnails, and how I didn't understand anything at all. But that's all I talked about there. And then over the last couple of weeks, or however long it's been, I've had so many problems with technology, and I have a list to go through, good things and bad things. Number one, SSD drives. I've still been doing research into those. I want to buy one, and my plan right now is to buy one when I go back to Saigon in a few days. My visa is expiring on July 30th, so I have to leave Vietnam by July 30th, and I plan on flying out of Saigon or leaving Saigon by bus. I haven't decided yet where I'm going yet. But anyway, when I go to Saigon, there's a store there I discovered called Memory Zone. And I haven't been to the store, but I've seen their website, and it looks like they have a huge stock of everything. And up until this point, I've been fascinated by the Transcend SSD drives. And I think I've been fascinated by them mainly because of their marketing. They're everywhere. In Kuala Lumpur, for example, if you go into an electronics store to buy an SSD drive, they're going to have a big display of Transcend models. They just seem to be good at distribution and marketing. But lately, I've been hearing negative things about them, that they're not as reliable. So I've switched my interest over to Samsung, and the ones I'm looking at right now are the T7, the Samsung T7 SSD drives. They can be 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte. I don't know if they go up to 4 terabytes, maybe they do. And they tend to just double in price. So 1 terabyte would be like around $100, 2 terabytes would be around $200, etc. And I'll probably get the 1 terabyte model. And they have different models. So Samsung, as far as I can tell, they have the T7 and the T9. and the T7 is more of a basic model, maxes out at like 1,000 megabytes per second speed, and then the T9 is 2,000 megabytes per second. But I think the T7 at 1,000 megabytes per second is good enough for me. I don't think I have any technology that can even go faster than that. So I think 1,000 is more than fast enough for anything I want to do. And they have the T7 Touch, which has a like fingerprint sensor or something. I don't need that kind of security. There's the T7 Shield, which is their rugged version. You can drop it and bang it around, and I don't think I need T7 Shield either, so maybe I can just get the basic T7 because that would be the cheapest model. I wouldn't mind getting the T7 Shield, but my idea is that SSD drives are durable to begin with. The whole point of an SSD drive is that it has no moving parts. So you can carry it around in your knapsack or your backpack, and it's not going to get damaged by being bumped. And I have no plans to take my SSD drive and throw it across the room or anything. So I tend to be very careful with my gear. So I don't think I really need the T7 Shield. But we'll see. Either the T7 Shield or the T7, the ordinary one. That's a good thing. So I plan on going to Memory Zone in Saigon and see if I can buy one of the T7s. And then I'm going to use it as an external storage for any video that I'm currently working on. And the idea is to plug it into my MacBook, and then I can edit videos directly from the SSD drive rather than using the SSD drive built into my MacBook because it's not big enough. I don't have enough storage. So. I guess something else that's sort of positive is that I've been getting better and better at editing 4K video on my laptop. I didn't think my laptop was capable of it, but I can edit 4K video. But what I have to do is shoot in 30 or 25 FPS, and in DaVinci Resolve, I have to set the resolution, the timeline proxy resolution to 1/4, and then it will play. One thing I discovered is, when I had my GoPro Hero 9, I did a bunch of testing, and I discovered that if I shot in 50 frames per second, it looked a lot better than 25 frames per second, or 60 versus 30. So if I shot in 50 or 60 frames per second, for whatever reason, the video just looked a lot better, even though I'm playing it back at 25 or 30, or exporting at 25 or 30, having the source video in 50 FPS just made the video look much better, and I don't know why. So I got in the habit of shooting in 50 FPS, having my timeline in 50 FPS, but exporting in 25 frames per second. And with the GoPro Hero 9, shooting in 1080p, that worked fine. I could even export in 50 FPS, and 1080p, it was fine. But then when I went up to the GoPro Hero 12, everything changed, and if I shot in 50 frames per second, my laptop just ground to a halt. It just would not work at all. And exporting 50 frames per second would take 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours. It would take a day to do the exporting. And it was just a nightmare. But then I did some testing, and I discovered that with the GoPro Hero 12, it didn't matter. If I shot at 25 or I shot at 50 frames per second, the video looked identical. So on my Hero 9, shooting in 50, the video looked better. But on the Hero 12, it makes no difference. 25, 50 looks exactly the same. The colors are the same, the saturation, the contrast, the shadows, the highlights, everything is identical. So now I shoot in 25 frames per second all the time, and I have my timeline set to 25 frames per second, and I export at 25. And of course, I'm using 25 because I'm here in Vietnam and Malaysia and Indonesia, and their electricity is at 50 cycles per second. You know what I mean? In Canada, the United States, it's 60, and that's why everybody there shoots at 60 FPS. But here in this part of the world, it tends to be 50. So I'm shooting at 25 now, and then I discovered that doing that, I can shoot in 4K, edit in 4K, export in 4K, but as long as I keep everything at 25 frames per second and I have the timeline resolution. So that's a very good thing. And yeah, the DaVinci Resolve isn't really stuttering or lagging. It does if my video is really long and I'm using a lot of apps and things. So what I tend to do is I turn off Wi-Fi, close Google Chrome, close every other app, and I run only DaVinci Resolve, and then things tend to run smoothly. So I am a 4K person now on YouTube. Now, on to the problems. One problem with DaVinci Resolve that I ran into is that when you are exporting a video onto, say, an external hard drive, and there isn't enough memory on the hard drive, DaVinci Resolve doesn't tell you. And man, I went through a nightmare before I figured that out, because I would have one of my external hard drives, I have it plugged into my laptop, and then I would export the video. And I would say, okay, whatever, all the settings, export to the hard drive, and then I leave it to export. And there was one time I was doing one of my last videos I still had in 50 frames per second. So it took forever, and it went on and on and on. The exporting went on all day, all night, into the next morning, on and on and on. And I was stuck. I couldn't do anything because my laptop was so busy exporting this stupid video. And then it got down to 99%, because DaVinci Resolve gives you a readout, 1%, 2%, goes on and on and on and on. And I got to 99%, and I was like, yes, it's finally going to finish. The exporting got to 100%. It finished. I went onto the external hard drive, and the video was corrupted. And it had, later on, after much research, I discovered the video even had memory of 0.0 bytes. It was an empty file. So after like 18 hours of exporting, it finally finished, and there was nothing there. There was the name of it, and it said .mov, the QuickTime video format. The name was right. It said in DaVinci Resolve it finished the export, but there was no thumbnail, and the memory, the size of the file was 0.0, and there's nothing there. You can click on it, double click on it, it won't play. It just says this is not a video file. There's nothing here. So I thought, oh, for Pete's sake. So I thought the file was corrupted. So then I went back to the beginning, and I looked at the video. It says, okay, there's a problem in the video. There's something wrong with it, but I don't know what it is. So I went through the whole video looking for anything that I did in terms of the editing, the transitions, the graphics, the music, something. I did something in here that DaVinci Resolve doesn't like, and it corrupted the file. And I changed a bunch of things. I thought, okay, let's change this, let's get rid of that, okay. I tried to simplify the whole video, exported the whole thing all over again. It got all the way to 99%. I'm looking at the thing, and I'm just about going out of my mind. I'm exhausted. I feel like I haven't slept for days, because I haven't been. I've been fighting with this. I've been babysitting my laptop, and I finally got to 99%, got to 100%, same thing. 0.0, no thumbnail, and it was a corrupted video file. Couldn't figure it out. And then I started thinking, well, what else did I do in this video that was different? And one thing I did that's different, actually, I just posted this video. This video is the one where I went to the City Museum, the Museum of Ho Chi Minh City, and I went to the Benton market. And in the Benton market, I shot 360 video, and then I reframed the 360 video, exported it, and then put it into the video. So I had a mixture of regular GoPro video and then some exported 360 video. So I thought, that might be the problem. But this time, like what I was gonna do was remove the 360 video and just delete it and then export only the GoPro video. I was gonna remove the Benton market section, make that a separate video. But there was no way I was gonna sit here for another 18 hours or 16 hours, whatever it was gonna take to do another export, just to find out at the end it fails again. So this time I did a bunch of testing. I took my video and reduced it to like one GoPro clip, and I exported it, and it failed. Like the shortest little clip, like 2 or 3 minutes long, and it failed, had 0.0 memory. And then I went to the 360 video, created a whole new video project, tried to export it, and it failed. So I opened up a brand new project with brand new video from another day completely. It failed. Every single, no matter what I did, every single video export failed. And I was trying to think, oh man, like what is going on? Days had gone by this point. I was going out of my mind. I was so frustrated, so stressed out. I could not figure out what the problem was. And I was just ready to give up. I was like, I'm done. YouTube, I'm finished with YouTube. I will never ever make another YouTube video. I was so tired. I couldn't even think straight. And that's when I realized, up until this point, to be honest, I hadn't realized that all of the memory was 0.0. I was focused on the fact that the video wouldn't play, and it wasn't a video file. I thought I'd exported the entire video, but it was corrupted. And I was trying to figure out why it was corrupted. But after I exported multiple video tests, and none of them would play, then I noticed, oh, every one of them has no content. Every single one was 0.0 bytes. I thought, oh, there's something going on there. And I did some more experimenting, some more thinking, and then I eventually discovered that all of it was my fault. Not all of it. Maybe 80% was my fault, because my external hard drive was full, 100% full. There was no more space left on the hard drive. I did a test, like when I plugged it into my laptop, I looked. You right click on it, right? And then you say show properties. Like on a Windows PC, it's like, on a Windows PC, show properties, but on a MacBook, it's like get info. So I selected get info because I wanted to make sure there was enough room. And I thought there was. I looked at it and I think it said something like 90 gigabytes available or 160 gigabytes available. That was my memory. But it turns out that I made a mistake. I misread it, or I read one hard drive, but I plugged in the other one because I have two. I'm not sure what happened. But it turns out that this entire time, I was trying to export a video to a hard drive that was already 100% full. There was no room for anything to be added to that hard drive. And that's where the 20% problem with DaVinci Resolve comes from. It was 80% my fault because I was so stupid I didn't realize the hard drive was full. But it turns out that with DaVinci Resolve, when you export the video, the program doesn't check to see if there's enough room. Everything else does. Like if I tried to copy a video file to that hard drive, my MacBook would say, oh, not enough space. You're trying to copy 90 gigabytes, but there's only 10 gigabytes available. So you have to delete something and make room. The computers are smart enough. You try to copy something and there's not enough space, it tells you. But DaVinci Resolve doesn't tell me. So there I was trying to export a video to that hard drive. There was no room for the video, but DaVinci Resolve went through the entire export like normal, 18 hours of exporting, and then when it finished, it actually copied the video file, but with zero content because there was no room. But DaVinci Resolve is so stupid on my system anyway that it doesn't check beforehand. Like every program I use, it estimates, right? Even Kinemaster, I used to use Kinemaster on my phone, and then when you set up a video export, it tells you, oh, this video is going to be, with those settings, it will be 60 gigabytes big. And then it looks, oh, you don't have 60 gigabytes on your phone, therefore you can't do it. And then you change the settings until it's like 20 gigabytes. Okay, now you have enough room. Every program is smart enough to do that, but on my MacBook with an external hard drive, DaVinci Resolve doesn't know. And that's what the problem was. What a nightmare that was. And when I finally figured that out, then I took my hard drive and I deleted all kinds of stuff. I made enough room, and then I did the export, the full video, all over again, an entire night and day again. And it finally exported that video, and it was successful. And that's the Ho Chi Minh City Museum video. So now you know the story behind that video, and oh man, it's crazy because when I went to that museum, I knew it would not be a popular video. I just posted it yesterday, and I knew not a lot of people were going to watch it because museum videos are not everybody's cup of tea. But let me check right now. I posted it last night at 6 p.m. and it currently has 620 views, which in YouTube terms is a complete failure, to the point of you might as well not even have bothered. And I knew that when I made the video. I wanted to go to the museum. I like museums. I like history. I like to know the context of the country I'm visiting. So I go to the museum. I figure, well, I'm going to the museum. I might as well shoot a video. But that only makes sense if the video doesn't take a lot of time. Like, you can shoot a video that isn't going to be popular as long as you're interested in it, 600 other people were interested enough to click on it. As long as I can shoot it quickly, edit it quickly, export it quickly, it's okay. I'm fine with it. It's a video failure, but I'm okay with it. But when it comes to the exporting and it takes you, I don't know how many days I fought with this, you have to start doubting your sanity. It's like, this was too much work. It's not worth it. I knew the video is not good enough to be worth this much effort. And it wasn't supposed to be that hard. It was supposed to be just edit it, export it, done with it. Don't spend a lot of time on it. But it ended up driving me nuts and nearly finishing me off completely. All that work that went into just exporting that one video. And then I started to feel very, 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 very depressed about YouTube in general. And it was all my it was all my fault because I was trying to use a hard drive that was full. So it was me being an idiot all over again. But man, oh man, oh man. DaVinci Resolve should check first before it exports a video for an entire night and an entire day. DaVinci Resolve should check first to see whether there's enough room, and it just didn't. So, okay, I got that story off my chest. Now I can move on to the next one. Too many technology problems you don't want to hear anymore? Well, that's too bad, because I have an endless list. And this next one was such a big deal, and I'm still sort of fed up with this one too. Basically, there was a total meltdown of my email system. And this goes back months and months and months, where what I wanted to do was set up a Planet Doug specific email address. And then I could use it for all kinds of different things. So for example, there are a lot of situations where corporations or banks or companies, whatever, they won't send security codes to a free email address. So if you use like a Gmail email account, they won't use that to send you notifications. You have to have a paid email address. So I set about thinking about this, and what I ended up doing was buying the Planet Doug domain. So I own the domain planetdoug.life. .com wasn't available. Someone else took that, I guess. I don't know whether it's an actual website or not. But anyway, the one I could get was planetdoug.life. And it was a bit of a big deal because that kind of a specialty domain is expensive. You have to pay for it every year, and it's much more expensive than ordinary ones. Like you can get .org, .info, things like that. But I thought .life was kind of cool. I thought if Planet Doug ever became a going concern, and I could expand it in some ways, and you're using marketing, Planet Doug Life was a good combination. Like, you got to live that Planet Doug life. The word life as the extension, as the top level domain, had meaning. So rather than planetdoug.info, it's planetdoug.life. I thought, I'll pay the money to get it. And then I had to create a website, which is a nightmare for me. WordPress, HTML websites, I don't understand any of it. It has been driving me insane for well over a decade. I hate WordPress, I hate websites. I don't know how to do anything. Everything goes wrong. But anyway, so then I created a website, planetdoug.life. I've never done anything with it because I just don't have time and I don't have the knowledge to run a website. Everything goes wrong. But it does exist. Planetdoug.life is there. And once I had planetdoug.life up and running, then I could create my own email addresses. So I created them like info@planetdoug.life. Someone can send me an email to info@planetdoug.life, and I get it. But it only shows up on my website in what they call like webmail. And my hosting company, or maybe this is common for all websites, I don't know, it uses a program called Roundcube, and you can get email to Roundcube. But you can also set up Gmail to take in email from other places. So I did a deep, long dive into all this technology. I figured out how to get planetdoug.life domain. I figured out how to make a planetdoug.life, a Planet Doug website, create email addresses, and then I figured out how to link my Gmail with Planet Doug so that if someone sent me an email to Planet Doug, it went there, but a copy of it also went to Gmail. So I could look at all my email in one place, and I could, from my Gmail, I can reply to a Planet Doug email from Gmail, but as Planet Doug. And man, oh man, what an adventure that was. But I figured out how to do it, and I got it all set up. But then a few days ago, the whole thing imploded. Everything blew up, and it was suddenly impossible to send emails or reply to them. But I eventually figured out only to Gmail. So I got an email from somebody who sent it from a Gmail account, and I wanted to reply to them, so I replied, but it bounced back and said, rejected. We cannot deliver this email. And then I went down this deep rabbit hole doing all this testing, trying to reply to this person who was expecting a reply. Nothing would go through. So then I tried to send it from Roundcube. It wouldn't go through. But it turns out I could send emails to Microsoft email addresses, but everything I sent to Gmail was undeliverable. And I went deeper and deeper and deeper into this, and I eventually learned that as of like February 2024 or April 2024, anyway, sometime this year, Google changed their system. So they no longer accept emails coming from these other places unless they have very specific certificates and authorizations. And when I was doing all this research, there was something I could click on that said, well, if you want to get this certification for your email address, click here, and then we will give you all the information how to set it up. And that led me to dozens of technical pages, page after page after page after page after page of all this technical gobbledygook that in order to understand even 10% of it, you need to be an IT expert. You need to be someone who knows how to maintain HTML websites and WordPress and all the behind the scenes mechanics. Everything in all this technical description of what you needed to do, I understood none of it. And I went deep into it. I was reading and reading and reading, trying to figure it out because I thought, oh, maybe I can do it. Maybe I can go into my cPanel. I can go into my website, go into the HTML, and all I have to do is follow the step-by-step instructions and get it done. But I made no progress at all. And in that instruction, there would be other terminology that I didn't understand. It's okay, to figure out what this is, click on this link, and that link would take me to another set of a dozen pages. And it was like, I don't want to understand what any of that was talking about. Oh, to figure this out, click on this link, takes me to another one. And it was just like nothing I could do. They made it so complicated at Google that now for me, it is impossible to use my email address. My planetdoug.life email addresses, they're all gone because I can't reply to Gmail anymore. I can't send email to Gmail. Google blocks everything coming from Planet Doug. So I just, okay, all that work, everything I'd done over the last couple of years, all the expense, all of it was for nothing because Google put new rules in place and I can no longer use those email addresses. So that was that. And then I started all over again and I decided to just create a Planet Doug Gmail address. And I didn't even know how to do that. But eventually, I won't even go into it, or maybe I will. let me refer to my notes because that didn't make any sense at all to me, because I didn't even know you could do it. I remember trying to do it in the past because I have my own Gmail, my own personal Google account, and my own personal Gmail address, but I don't want to use that for Planet Doug. But I remember trying to create a Planet Doug Gmail, but it wouldn't let me because it said, well, you already have a Google account. You can't have two of them. But apparently there is a way to do it. Maybe it's new. Friends of mine were telling me they did it. So I thought, okay, let me look into it. And the instructions told me to go to my Google account and you just add a new account. So you click on your profile picture, click on add account. And then when I clicked on add account, it took me to another page where it said, okay, you have to re-enter your Google password. So I thought, okay, I put in my Google password. When I did that, it brought me back to Gmail, right where I started from. I thought, okay, that's weird. So I thought, oh, I must have done something wrong. So now that I've re-entered my email password, my Google password, maybe now I have to do it again. So I go to my profile, add account, and it says enter your password again. So I thought, okay. I enter my password, I go back to Gmail. It was a loop. They told me add account, and then you have to enter your password in order to add an account. But then when I did it, all it did was bring me back to Gmail. It just went around and around and around and around, and I couldn't figure out what the problem was. So I did a whole bunch more research. I found some new instructions, and these people said, you don't click on add account. Even though you want to add account, that's not what you do. What you do is create account. And I thought, oh, well, where is create account? And they said, well, the only way to get to create account is to add account. I was like, oh, well, that makes no sense at all. But anyway, so now I did it again. I went to Gmail, click on my profile picture, add account, and then in the add account window, it asks for your password. But instead of entering your password, you look at the bottom and there's another button that says create account. So the only way to get to create account is to go through add account. I don't know why. And what really confused me as well is that I didn't want to create a new account. I don't want to add a new account. I want to create a new email address underneath my existing Google account. But for all of these programs, YouTube, Google, Facebook, they use account and email address and channel interchangeably. They're all exactly the same thing, but in my mind, they're different. I remember in YouTube having this problem because I would have my YouTube channel, but then they say, in order to create a new YouTube channel, you have to create a new YouTube account. So like they wouldn't distinguish between account and channel, though sometimes they would distinguish between an account and a channel, but sometimes they were the same thing. Sometimes they were different, sometimes they were the same. And I could never figure it out, to be honest. And Google does the same thing. What I'm trying to do is take my Google account, but I want two email addresses. I want my personal address, and now I want my Planet Doug address, but I want them both to be under my Google account. And that's what I thought I was doing. But in order to do that, in order to create a new Gmail address, email address, you have to click on Create Account. So it feels like you're creating a new Google account, but you're not. You're actually creating a Google account that is actually just a Gmail email address under your big overarching account. But all of this was so confusing to me. I could not figure out what I was doing. It made no sense to me. It was completely illogical, but I just did whatever they told me to do. Create account, enter your name, and then it said last name is optional. Anyway, I just went through the whole system, didn't understand anything that I was doing, but by the end of it, I did have a new Gmail email address. So now, if anybody wants to contact me, they have to write to, what did I create? I don't even know what I called it at this point. I'm so confused. What is my new email address? It is, let me look this up. I don't want to get this wrong. I found it. I had to look it up on my computer because I have this new Gmail address available on my computer, but I don't know where it is on my smartphone. It's so complicated. But anyway, my new email address for Planet Doug is planetdouglife@gmail.com. So that's my new email address. And the reason it's Planet Doug Life is because Planet Doug wasn't available. The first one I picked was just planetdoug@gmail.com. Obviously, that's what I would want. But then it said, no, that one's already taken. And then I guess you would normally, if something is taken, you just start adding numbers, like Planet Doug 99 or something like that. Or you say the real Planet Doug you choose something that uses Planet Doug but makes it distinct. But in this case, since I already have the website, I have a website called planetdoug.life. I figure my email address might as well match that. So I just chose planetdouglife@gmail.com. But then that led to another issue because on my YouTube channel, you can go to well, they don't have it anymore. They used to have an About page labeled as About. That's gone. Now, when you go to the home page for YouTube, you can click on a right arrow, like a right bracket, and that opens up your About page. But it's not called that anymore. It's just your channel description, links, all that sort of thing. And when I had my old email address, info@planetdoug.life, it was there. There was a button that said you could click on it to reveal the email address, right? So I had to change that because that email address doesn't work anymore, thanks Google. So it's completely gone. So what I went into my YouTube channel, I went into the customization, basic info, and then you change your email address. So I put in my new email address, planetdouglife@gmail.com, right? Saved all the changes, but now when I go to my YouTube channel, it doesn't show up anymore. My old one was there. You click on the button to reveal it, but now there's no button anymore. It's just gone. At least it's been gone every time I've checked. Maybe it's taken a couple of days to populate. Let me look right now and I'll tell you whether it's there or not. I'm pretty sure it's not there. Yeah, it's not there. So even though I have a new email address that works and I changed it in YouTube, now it just doesn't appear anymore. And when you look at the instructions on YouTube, when you put in your email address, the instructions say, put in your contact email here and it may appear on your YouTube channel. It doesn't say it appears here. It says it may appear. It doesn't, and it says like it may or it may not, but they don't explain why it might appear or might not appear. I want it to appear. I want it there. Like a lot of people don't want to be contacted, so they try to keep everything hidden, but I want it there. I want people to be able to send me emails, but there's no way to make it show up. So then I went searching, looking at a whole bunch of other YouTube channels. Nobody has an email address there anymore. I can't find it anywhere. But I came across one, someone that I follow, a movie reactor, and on her page, in her video, in her channel description, she put in text form, if you want to contact me, send email to this email address, and she writes out her email address. I thought YouTube would block that. I thought if you tried to put in an email address, they would stop you from doing it. They would delete it or something. But she was able to do it, and she's a big, popular YouTuber. So I thought, okay, my email address won't show up anymore underneath the reveal button, but I can put it into the channel description. So I wrote there, if you want to get in touch with me, here's how you can do it. And I put in planetdouglife@gmail.com. That is my new email address. And I now have 2 email addresses. I have one Google account, I guess, and 2 email addresses, but I don't really know how they relate to each other. I'm logged into both of them at the same time. So on Google Chrome, I have tabs. One tab is my personal email address. The other tab is my Planet Doug email address. I didn't think I'd be able to be logged into them simultaneously, but apparently I can. Anyway, I haven't figured out all the ins and outs yet, but that was my email adventure. Oh, what a nightmare that was to figure all of that out. Why Google blocked all of these email addresses? Like I said, in order to figure out how to use a web-based email address now with Google, you pretty much have to have tech support. You can't do it by yourself. Nobody can figure that out unless they're trained in IT. You need an IT department to be a YouTuber these days. I don't know how other people do it. I honestly don't, but I have a lot of trouble. And since I'm resurrecting all of my old behind the scenes categories, I thought I might as well continue today with current affairs. And the first current affair topic is this sense that all around the world there is a backlash against tourism. And I don't know if it's true or not. There is this thing now on the internet with like Google News. Google figures out what you are interested in, so then they start feeding you articles to match what you're interested in. So sometimes it gives the illusion that this topic is widespread around the world, when really it's just a personalized news feed for you. And recently I've been very interested in this idea of countries putting in place tourism taxes. So they're putting in barriers to tourists. They're making it more expensive to get tourist visas, and they're putting in place taxes and rules. This is happening in Bali, for example, where they're putting in more and more and more taxes, more rules, more restrictions on foreigners going to Bali. So I have this feeling that there's a backlash against that. So I've been searching for these kinds of articles, but now my news feed is filled with them from all around the world, where, say, there are recent articles in Japan where these towns were fed up with tourists because in their town, on certain streets, they got a perfect view of Mount Fuji, and their streets would be clogged with tourists going there just to get pictures of Mount Fuji. So what they would do is they put up barriers, they put up big walls that block the view so nobody can see Mount Fuji anymore, and they're just trying to keep the tourists out. I did all the tourist attractions, all these places that are being overrun by tourists. It's happening in Japan. I think it's happening in Barcelona. There was this thing in Barcelona where they even had a big demonstration. They had a parade, anti-tourist parade, and all the local people joined the parade, thousands of people apparently, and they were all armed with squirt guns. And they would march up and down the main street, and if they saw tourists sitting in the street side cafes in Barcelona, they would start spraying them with water and drive them out of the cafes, because they're just fed up with just how many tourists are in their city, blocking the streets, filling up the restaurants. And this influx of tourism means that it's driving up rent and driving up prices, because a lot of the local landlords, instead of renting their apartments to local people, they're making them Airbnb for tourists and trying to make as much money as possible. And now there's nowhere for the local people to live anymore, and then the rent prices are going up and up and up. Anyway, it seems like over-tourism is a topic now all over the world. And there's a backlash against tourists, where in Japan, they're like charging much higher prices for even in restaurants. They go into restaurants now and there's one menu for foreigners, one menu for Japanese, and the foreigners have to pay higher prices. And they have pretty logical arguments sometimes to say why this makes sense. It's logical and it's the right thing to do. But yeah, it's an interesting set of stories. Bali is really a big one. It's like, it's I don't know, they seem to be very anti-foreigners on Bali these days, and it's happening all over Europe and different places. And I can sort of understand it, because my feeling as well in my own life is that the world has completely changed. I remember in my lifetime thinking that some of the things I was doing was quite unusual, almost unique. So I remember, like, when I was living back in Canada, a good friend of mine there, he and I would talk a lot about travel. And in those days, it wasn't as common as it is now. So that, like, for someone to go to Africa and go traveling in Africa was a big deal. It was an adventure. It was an expedition. I'm not talking about safaris, but I mean backpacking through Africa. So if you wanted to do something really special, something really exciting in your life, the idea, which I had at that time, would be riding my bicycle through Africa. It felt like you were doing something very special. You were having a big adventure that nobody else was having. And that was how I thought about travel. Now, it's commonplace. Everybody is doing this. even big like expedition travel, riding a bike through Africa. It feels like the roads are clogged with people going on big bike tours around the world, going on bicycle trips through Pakistan, through Nepal, through Mongolia, through Africa. And when it comes to more mainstream things like going to Vietnam, it's like there are millions of us crawling all over the world. Like tourism seems to have exploded worldwide. And maybe that's because it's gotten more affordable, that airfares are cheaper. So people who used to take vacations in their own country, now all their vacations are international trips. It could be because of the internet. There's just more information now. It's easier to go to other countries. When I was doing it when I was younger, yeah, the best we could do was a Lonely Planet guidebook. That's where all the information was. You couldn't get information any other way. And getting maps, there was no Google Maps, et cetera, et cetera. So, and it could be that the population is bigger. The population of the world now, I believe, is how many times bigger than it was when I was born? 8 billion people now. And I think when I was born, I don't know what the world population was, maybe 2 billion, maybe 4 billion. Let me look this up. I have the power of the internet now. So according to the internet, when I was born, there were 3.2 billion people in the world, 3.2. And now there are 8 billion. So that has to lead to more tourists. People seem to have more money. And of course, countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, their economy has exploded. Local people there have far more money now than they did back in the 70s and 80s even. So there's huge tourism boom, like local tourism. So tourism has exploded worldwide. And I see all these articles about over-tourism and a backlash against tourists in general. So yeah, current affairs, that's one topic that's on my mind. And the absolute last topic for today, it's a current affairs topic, and it's also sort of a Planet Doug announcement because it seems like, surprise, surprise, I'm in love. I've fallen in love. Just joking. But I've discovered a young woman from the United States called Caitlin Clark. Up until like 2 weeks ago, I'd never heard of Caitlin Clark. Never came across my radar, but something showed up on a YouTube feed or a Google feed, something about this basketball phenomenon. A woman who just started playing in the WNBA in the United States named Caitlin Clark. And so I started clicking on these, and now every time I open up YouTube, all of my suggested feeds, all of the suggested videos are all about Caitlin Clark, and I just cannot get enough of her story. I just find her absolutely fascinating. And the world in general, at least the basketball world, is equally obsessed with her. Apparently, she was a very good basketball player in high school, broke every record under the sun. She broke records for girls and records for boys. And then she went on to university, and I guess she played for the Iowa Hawkeyes, maybe? And when she played for the Iowa Hawkeyes, she continued to be a superstar, broke every record there was. Apparently, she's a very good basketball player. And just this year, in 2024, she was eligible for the WNBA draft. And I guess this happened quite recently, back in April or something like that. She was drafted by the Indiana Fever as a first-round pick, and now she is playing in the NBA, and everybody is talking about Caitlin Clark, and they're talking about the Caitlin Clark effect because she's so popular that the WNBA is now exploding, like the economics of the WNBA, because before this, very few people were watching the WNBA, but now that Caitlin Clark is playing, their audience is just growing and growing and growing and growing. And you hear about even Canadians, young girls from Canada, families from Canada driving for 3 days to go into the United States and drive to a city where Caitlin Clark is going to be playing for the Indiana Fever. And ticket prices are going up. Audiences are, they used to have, they would play in an arena that could seat 10,000 people and it would be half empty, but now they're renting stadiums of 20,000 people and it's sold out because everybody wants to watch Caitlin Clark play. She's that good and she has that much charisma. She just seems to be a wonderful person. She's just taking the world by storm, the Caitlin Clark effect. And her effect is so strong, it's even gone down into the world of Planet Doug. And I don't even like basketball. I like shooting baskets, playing by myself. I love dribbling, I love shooting, I love doing layups. I really enjoy that, but I don't like the game at all, mainly because I don't understand it. I don't understand the rules. I come from the world of ice hockey, of course, being Canadian, and hockey rules are very straightforward. You can check people. If someone is skating towards you, you hit them with your body. You can use your body to physically block people and check them all the time. There's no ambiguity about it. But in basketball, I cannot figure out when you can have physical contact with another player and when you can't. I mean, I know exactly how it's supposed to work. For example, if the two of you are both running in basketball, you can sort of physically get in the way of the other person. Or no, the opposite. See, I'm so confused. There's something in basketball that if your feet are planted, you can block somebody. But if your feet are moving, then you can't. So I tried to play basketball in high school a little bit because I was tall and I'm not athletic in any way, but I guess maybe I look athletic, I don't know. And I played hockey and people said, oh, you really should play basketball. And I love shooting baskets. So I thought, why don't you try out for your high school's basketball team? So I did. I got on the basketball team, but then I had no idea what to do. Every time they sent me out to play, I was like a total doofus. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to play basketball. And I just quit the team because I didn't like it and I didn't understand it. Because it seems to me that in basketball, you should be able to just dribble the ball and run to the basket and put it in. Who's going to stop you? They're not allowed to hip check you. It's not hockey. I mean, in hockey, you try to skate towards the net with the puck, the defenseman is just going to flatten you. You got to get around them because they can physically block your way and knock you on your butt. That's hockey. But in basketball, even when I'm watching games, if someone is dribbling the ball and they're running towards the basket, nobody's allowed to stop them. They can't check you. They can't hip check you. So what stops you from just running to the basket and laying in the basket? Get the ball, run, layup. I didn't understand the game, and I still don't. And a weird thing is, I hate the squeaking noise, the squeaking of basketball shoes on that polished basketball court. I can't stand that sound. So I can't watch a live game at all. The squeaking, squeak, 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 just drives me crazy. I hate that sound. And finally, watching American NBA, most of the players to me seem like jerks. They're aggressive and they're hateful and they're physical and they just seem like incredibly unpleasant people where it's all about ego. It's not about team play. It's about going up to the basket and then dunking it, getting in the face of the other player. You jump in the air and you dunk over top of them. And then while the other person is sprawled on the ground, you stand over top of them and it's all a very hateful, aggressive, angry game. And I just don't like it. I don't like that. Finally, the scoring to me seems pointless because they always win by 1 point. They play an entire game. Their score is almost exactly the same all the way to the end. Whoever gets the last basket wins every time. Whoever shoots the last basket with 1 second left on the clock, they win the game. And everybody goes on and on about, oh, they outplayed them, they played better, they're so much better, da 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 da. But really, they all played exactly the same. The winner is decided by whoever scores the last basket. So my idea about basketball is you don't even need to play the whole game. You just give each team 99 points. You get 99, you get 99, you toss the ball in the air, and then they fight over the ball, and whoever gets the first basket, they win, because it's 101 to 99. Because all basketball games end like that anyway. The score is always 103 to 101, not 101 to 99, because whoever gets the last basket wins the game. So I end up thinking, why even bother playing the game? You just have to play the last basket. Whoever scores one basket wins the game, because that's how most games end anyway. And the entire game that they played up until that point seems to have more about the ego of each of the individual players, because it's not about scoring baskets in order to outscore the other team, because their score is always identical anyway. It's more about dunking on the opposing player and doing a cool three-pointer from the paint or from the logo, doing something amazing so that you look like a really amazing basketball player. So for all those reasons, I'm not a fan of basketball. I don't understand the game. I don't like the game. I don't like the squeaking, and the scoring seems irrelevant. As I said, give each team 99 points. Whoever scores the next basket wins. There's no point playing the game at all. So it's kind of a surprise that I'm so entranced with Caitlin Clark. I can't look away from the screen. And her story is quite interesting from a social, cultural point of view as well, for the obvious reason that the WNBA consists of mainly black players. I asked an AI about that, and they said that the players of the WNBA would be like 70% black. So it's mainly considered, when you think about the stars of the WNBA, anyway, in my mind, they always seem to be black women. But now we've got Caitlin Clark, and she's white. I mean, you couldn't get any whiter than Caitlin Clark in terms of how she looks, how she behaves, and even where she's from. And now she is this overnight, it seems, an overnight WNBA superstar. She even got her own Nike shoe. She got this huge, like a $28 million sponsorship deal from Nike, where she gets her own signature shoe, which like Michael Jordan got. And that's a huge thing to do. And of course, all of the other players in the WNBA are perhaps understandably a little bit jealous, because they've been playing for years and years, and they're all superstars in the WNBA. They never got a signature shoe from Nike. Now this white girl comes along, and she's been playing for 2 months in the WNBA. She's a rookie in her rookie season, and she gets a $28 million Nike deal. Everybody's interviewing Caitlin Clark. Everybody's talking about Caitlin Clark. So there's a certain amount of jealousy out there on the court. And from all the clips that I've been seeing, the other players in the WNBA are being really mean to her, like physically just knocking her down, slapping her in the face, blocking shots, and then hitting her with elbows, and getting very, very physical and aggressive. It seems like she's the darling of everybody else. People like me we're watching the WNBA for the very first time. I've never watched YouTube clips from the WNBA before, and now suddenly Caitlin Clark is playing, and I can't stop watching them, and I'm just enjoying her style of play so much. And now, of course, all the old players in the WNBA, they're kind of upset, kind of jealous, and they're giving her a very rough welcome to the big leagues. And how true that is, I don't know, because I've been hearing a lot of people talking about this, and a lot of interviews discussing this topic, and a lot of people defending the WNBA players are saying, well, that's normal. Any rookie in the WNBA, they're going to be hazed at the beginning. So it's nothing unusual that Caitlin Clark is being hit so many times and has had so many fouls committed against her. That's normal. Every rookie goes through this. So people are defending it. And they're saying that WNBA basketball, the game itself, is much more physical than college basketball. College basketball is nicer. They aren't as physical. They aren't as aggressive. They aren't as in your face as the pros. So every player that goes from college basketball to professional basketball in the WNBA, they all have to make this adjustment. And Caitlin Clark just has to get used to this tough, rough, aggressive, physical style of play, because that's just the way it is. But I don't know. I'm watching all these clips, and it seems way over the top. But in a way, because of that, I like Caitlin Clark even more, because she's not making a big deal out of it. She gets fouled, she gets knocked on her butt. Everybody is being so nasty to her and being so mean to her, and she just plays the game. She's got a huge smile on her face all the time. She seems to be all about teamwork. She's a very good superstar. Like, she can get three-pointers like crazy, but she also gets a lot of assists. So she seems to be a really strong team player, a really amazing leader. And she's always setting up her teammates, passing the ball to them, getting them in the open, passing the ball to them, because she gets double teamed all the time. I'm no basketball expert, but I can see it happening constantly. She's the superstar, so every time she gets the ball, two players from the other team double team her, defend against her, 2-on-1. But of course, if two players are defending you, that means one of your teammates is wide open. So as soon as they send two players against Caitlin, the first thing she does is look, and passes the ball to her teammate who's completely wide open, and they get a basket, shoot it, or get a layup. And she does that all the time. And then when it comes to the fans as well, it seems like she's unbelievable. Every time she goes in and out of the arena, she goes underneath the barrier, goes up to all there's millions, there's a couple of dozen young girls there who want an autograph. And it seems like Caitlin, every single time she goes over to the crowd, signs everything, signs their jerseys, takes pictures with the little girls who all idolize her. I mean, she seems like the nicest person on the planet. She just seems absolutely amazing to me. So I am absolutely in love with Caitlin Clark. Yeah, pretty ridiculous. You know, she's 6 feet tall. Come on. She's slim. She's athletic. You know, nice person. Yeah, seems pretty amazing. But I am on the Caitlin Clark bandwagon at the moment and following her story closely. So that is the last current affairs here on Planet Doug. And that is it for this behind the scenes video. I don't know how long I've been talking, but I have a sense I've been talking for a very long time. So this is going to be a very long video. And of course, with the chapters, people can just jump around. I'm not expecting anybody to watch all of this video, sit down in front of the laptop and be amazed by everything I'm talking about. But yeah, I talked about laundry. I talked about making thumbnails for Planet Doug. Talked about some YouTube stories, Robert Helou and the Frugal Wanderer. The Frugal Wanderer just posted a new video, kind of a walk and talk vlog in Sihanoukville. And I believe he's going to be getting on a bus, taking him to Phnom Penh, and then in Phnom Penh for 4 days, and then taking a bus from there to Saigon, where I will be meeting up with him, and we'll both be meeting up with Daryl from Wander Eats at some point. Podcast stories, I talked about Wikipedia from the podcast Stuff You Should Know. And in Pop Culture Roundup, I talked about a lot. I talked about dark matter. I talked about the anime Suzume. I talked about Dear Child, the German TV series, Eric with Benedict Cumberbatch, Supacell, and I talked about in technology buying a new SSD drive. I'm probably going to get the Samsung T7. And then I talked about all my problems exporting from DaVinci Resolve, editing 4K video, my email meltdown. Man, what a disaster that was. My new email address, planetdouglife@gmail.com. Send me an email and send me some encouragement to not give up on YouTube, despite all my technology problems. And then in current affairs, a backlash against tourism all around the world. And then my fandom for Caitlin Clark. And that's where I'm going to end this video. So that's it, shutting down. It's time for me to go outside, get a banh mi. I'm going to have banh mi for dinner. And that's going to be it for this evening. So that's it, shutting down. And I'll see you in the next behind the scenes video or the next Planet Doug video, either place. I'll see you then.